30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live Command Center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org. Good morning, and welcome to day 2 of our Command Center and celebration of the Coalition on Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, sponsored by the Coalition on Adult Education. And I'm so grateful to be here. My name is Jeffrey Bromwitz. I'll be hosting you for today, and welcome everybody. I will tell you, we had a great day yesterday, and special shout out to Assistant Secretary Lloyd, who came to see us and spent the morning helping us launch on this week of celebration, recognition, awards, proclamations across the country, all on behalf of adult education and adult literacy. I'm very excited to be here. We had a draining day. It was crazy good yesterday. We had so many people on this streaming and on the podcast. We had guests coming out throughout the day, and I just wanted to mention that we'll be replaying a lot of this on our COABE website in the future. So you'll be able to capture some of the awesome guests that we had. There'll be more on that. A special shout out also to Penn Hill Group, who came to visit us yesterday and tell us a little bit about what we needed to know as we're advocates on not only Capitol Hill here in Washington, but in our states across the country, and how important it is for us to be the voice of those that are trying to get smarter and skill developed. So we're looking forward to a great day today. We have a lot of guests that are scheduled to come in, and I just want to give you a few things on logistics for today. So you may see from time to time that we'll be in a loop where our feed will be just flowing through with a slide deck, and that's okay. That means that there's some downtime. We're waiting for some guests to arrive. But if at any time during the day you'd like to jump on, we posted on the COABE website at www.coabe.org. We posted a link to get into our stream, into our studio today here in Washington in the Command Center. So if at any time you have a success story, you want to share some great work that maybe a colleague has done, or the work that you're doing, or a program that you have that's really impactful and making a difference, I would ask that you just jump on that StreamYard link, and we'll get you into the studio as quickly as possible. You may have to wait a little bit. Sometimes you'll see there'll be other people in the room, and that's okay. We'll just be patient, and we'll get you on. But we'd love to hear your stories. We'd love to hear what's going on in the field, and we really want to amplify your voices this week. So check out also the COABE website has some wonderful tools for advocacy when it comes to adult education, and things that you can find that are going to be really helpful such as we have a national fact sheet and also a state fact sheet, which you can pull up in our Educate and Elevate platform that's on the COABE website. And these fact sheets are wonderful because there's one for every state in the entire country, and in those on those fact sheets has the data that you can really use to show the impact that you're having. So I encourage you to check it out, get onto the COABE website, and play around a little bit. There's a lot of information on there. There's also a lot of resources. I also want to highlight an event that's coming up this afternoon at 2 o'clock. Yes, I am the host, so I get to do this. I get to push my own programs a little bit. There is a special event this afternoon at 2 o'clock with the Links Community of Practice. And if you're not familiar with Links as an educator, you need to be. It's the U.S. Department of Education and Octave run a Links platform, which is links, lincs.ed.gov. And this has all these different communities of practice on there where you can join. I oversee and moderate the Correctional and Reentry Community of Practice, but there's one on career pathways and math, and there's all these different communities that are on there with great resources, great events. And this afternoon we'll be hosting one at 2 o'clock that we'll be talking about correctional education and reentry education, and really talking and discussing the best practices or better practices for working with men and women that are justice impacted. So definitely you want to check that out. It's at 2 o'clock today, and we posted there's a link that's around. If you go onto the Links website, you can get it there. I also posted it on my Facebook page as well as my LinkedIn page, so you'll be able to get it there, and I think COABE also has it out there. So I hope that you will look at all the events. If you also go onto the COABE website at coabe.org, you could see on the front page it has the Command Center Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, and it has all the schedule of events, so you can click on and join right from there. Super simple, super easy, and you'll really enjoy some of the things going on today, so make some time for it. I want to also I know we had a co-host yesterday. Don Finn stood in for a bit late in the afternoon and got to do some interviews here in the studio at the Command Center. And I wanted to give a shout out to the wonderful work that Don and his team does on the COABE Journal. So I have a copy of it here. The COABE Journal comes out pretty frequently, and this journal is on all different topics. This one is on the workforce edition. I know there's been a prison literacy edition. There's been a whole bunch of different editions that really capture what's going on in the field, and some great articles by the educators and the subject matter experts that are out there. So I encourage you, if you have an opportunity, check out the COABE Journal, because it's really beneficial. There's a lot of great articles and things that definitely can help you in your practice. So one last thing and one shout. Yesterday, we took a bunch of pictures throughout the day with our yellow glasses. So the Yellow Glass Initiative, you should know, is something that was started by the Dollar General Foundation, and who's been a funder and friend of COABE's and the field of adult education. They asked for our support during a social media kind of campaign to amplify the voice of national awareness regarding adult education, and and it's really shining a light on adult education across the country, and we love it. So if you have a chance and you could pick up a pair of yellow glasses, or if you have them at your agency and snap some pictures, get them out there, put them on social media, come on this podcast and in the Command Center, and we'll get it out here as well. And we took some pictures yesterday with our yellow glasses on. I have my yellow glasses right here just in case, but I can't read with them because I'm legally blind. But there you go. There are my yellow glasses. So again, I encourage everybody for Dollar General, and get out the word. They've been doing some great stuff supporting adult education across the country, and the very least we can do is take a chance and put on those glasses and so show some support. So we love it. So that's where we are, and we're looking forward to a great day today. If again you want to jump on at any point in time, please give us a shout out. I want to also give a great big welcome to the president of COABE. Jody Angelone has been the president of COABE for the last 2 years, and she's done a remarkable job. She's just been able to bring us all together as a team, and all of the board. Special shout out to them, especially those that have been working so hard over the last few years, trying to make sure that COABE has been doing some great work and just amplifying and advocating. I also want to give a huge shout out to the state advocate, our state advocate fellows. So 2 years ago, we started a program through COABE, a fellowship program where every state, just about every state in the country, at one point had been represented. There's a few states I think that are missing currently with fellows, but the adult education SAFE is the State Adult Education Fellowship Program through COABE, and it's a remarkable program where for an entire year, advocates from across the country, one in each state, get an opportunity to really learn how to become a better advocate at both a state and federal level and local level. And they go through a training program which consists of a number of training sessions, and then they also have been honestly the backbone of securing proclamations for Adult Education and Family Literacy Week this year, and really proud that we have over 20 proclamations that have been issued by governors and legislators across the country. So a big, huge shout out for the advocacy work that's being done by our SAFE fellows, and congratulations on the job well done. We really appreciate you, and we know that you're going to continue doing impactful work across the country in adult education. So there we are. Again, my name is Jeff Abramowitz. You're going to be on. I'll be on throughout the day today and capturing a bunch of different events that are occurring. But I'm looking forward to being with you. And again, if you want to jump on at any point in time, just jump right on the StreamYard and the link and right into the command center, and we will make sure that we get you on and to share the stories and great work that you're doing. So we'll see you in a little bit. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back. back at the Command Center, and welcome everybody. We are here with Shaketta Thomas. Shaketta, how are you?
Good, good. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, it's so great. I'm so glad that you're here. And Shaketta, we've got to spend the last few days together, but we've actually worked together for several years with COE.
Right.
And you
It's
currently
been a while.
serve as Vice President?
Of membership, yes.
Yeah. So first of all, tell us a little about the work you do.
Okay. Well, I have been in correctional education for 18 years now. Oh my gosh. When I start thinking about the years, I'm like, oh wow. For 18 years now is really is a passion of what I do. Overall, now in the position that I serve, I am responsible for a lot of the assessments and seeing how our students are being prepared to be successful on their high school equivalency. But as you know, assessments is a little bit of a challenge right now. But that is what I do.
Yeah, so I love it. One of the there's a lot of issues that we're going to talk about today, but we're here celebrating and recognizing Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, and the truth is there's a large population of men and women that are justice impacted, that are not just behind the walls of our prisons and jails, but also when they come home, that are often the forgotten when it comes to education. And I was wondering if you could give us a little bit of your perspective of what you're seeing in the field and what's happening behind the walls across the country.
Yeah, so a lot of our ladies and gentlemen are released and they still have not earned their credential, right, while incarcerated. And there's a lot of things that they must get in place: secure housing, try to secure jobs, secure transportation, and more than often take care of their families. So what becomes, what they want to achieve is not what they're able to achieve with all of the adult responsibilities that they have in their lives. And one of those main things is to further their education and also be able to find places to go and improve their workplace skills so that they can get sustainable jobs and be able to provide for their families. So it's like a push-pull struggle of trying to do the right thing, take care of your families, find sustainable wages, but then you need those credentials because we live in a credential stacked society, right? So it is something that we find a lot of times that our students face upon reentering and not being able to just grasp or access opportunities.
Yeah, so you've been in the field for so long. And we talked about this last night, actually, at dinner. 18 years is a long time to be in this field. And so you must have seen some changes. And I'm curious, where do you see, in what direction are we going, and are they positive?
Yes and no in a lot of ways, right? I do believe that the focus on reentry is one of the most positive changes that we have made in corrections. We've kind of moved away from the lockdown and throw away the key mentality to actually preparing people to be successful in society. So I am very grateful for that. But we are still slowly moving that pendulum. And one of the things, when we talk about literacy, many people, still corrections minded, are only thinking about the basics: reading, writing, and arithmetic, right? To be functional in today's society, though, digital literacy is imperative.
Yeah, that's for sure.
It's a need. And that is one of the areas, and across the nation, some states more progressive than other states, that I feel as though we are falling critically short.
Yeah, interesting. The Digital Equity Act was just passed and part of the infrastructure bill, and which went into law. And what's interesting about it, honestly, is the call out for those men and women that are justice impacted in corrections to really step up their game and really recognize how important it is behind the walls of our prisons and jails to start that digital literacy programming and then preparing them when they come home, and then helping them get access when they get home, because we know that digital literacy is two components. One is the education piece, and then the other is the access piece, broadband and that kind of stuff. So digital literacy, definitely important. One of the things that strikes me, and we also talked about this last night, was the reality that 1 in 3 black males across our country are going to find their way inside of our prisons or jails. And traditionally, we know that men and women that are black and brown are adversely impacted by our justice systems. And I'm wondering, from your perch and what you're seeing, are we starting to? Is there more of an equity? Are we taking steps towards a more equitable justice system, Are we getting there? I know there's so much more we have to do. Obviously, I don't think the pendulum has swung quite far enough, nor will it I believe in our lifetime. Although we can chip away at it, but I'm wondering what you're seeing from your end, and what can we be doing to sort of to kind of level the playing field a little bit more.
You know what, Jeff? That is really a hard question. As a mother of three boys, it is something that I think about oftenly, and I talk to my sons about how they are to operate in this world. Humanity, I think, is that missing piece a lot of times, and it's not something that is systemic all the way around. It's individual, right? And so I think more of getting out and sharing our stories, getting out and seeing how success can be won by changing lives, giving people opportunities. Each of us have a responsibility to communicate what we all can achieve as a united front. Each of us, I do believe, have a responsibility to look back and bring others along with us. In that manner, when all of us hold that as a sacred, responsible mission of our own, I think we can make changes. I do feel as though across the board and in corrections, there are changes in that regard. We're thinking about what the needs are for different people of different backgrounds inside of the institution, so that we're not just grouping everyone as one, but actually catering to and having respect for their diverse needs. So I do see some changes.
So I think there are. I think we're gradually moving in that direction or in the right way. So we've had our Safe Fellowship program through COABE has been it's been such an unbelievable blessing for COABE and for the country. Quite honestly, we have Safe Fellows across the country that are doing some great work in advocacy and really stepping up the voice of adult learners across the country. And I'm curious, from an advocacy perspective during Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, we often are challenged in education finding that voice as advocates at a local level, a state level, and even at a federal level a bit. But I'm curious, what advice would you have for the instructors that are out there, maybe that are in the correctional and reentry setting in particular, to how they could be advocates for the men and women, not only their colleagues that are doing the teaching and administrating, but also for their students behind the walls?
Yes, thank you. Such a great question. And you know what? First of all, I just have to say the Safe Fellows are just awesome, fantabulous. There's not a verb that I can use to describe how much they are doing to change and elevate adult education. So I kudos to all of you out there. But one of the things that I like to tell people, and I know some of us in corrections, we either work for state government or city government, and so we think that we cannot speak openly about what we think needs to be changed. And that is false. What we cannot do is speak openly on behalf of any entity that we are employed with. But when you're at the grocery store, when you're sitting in your church, your library, or anywhere that you're gathering with others, you can share the concerns of what the needs are, or how can you see positive growth. Also, as constituents of where you're located, everyone has the right to make appointments or to send letters or communicate with their elected officials about changes that are required. I mean, you cast your vote and they are there to represent you. So you have that ability. And then the one last thing I would say, Jeff, is to really link in with your state association. They are your biggest advocacy arm, right? And linking in with them and hearing and being able to express to them some of the things that you are witnessing and some of the ideas that you may have to be able to make those changes.
Yeah, that's one of the most underutilized tools in our country when it comes to advocacy and adult education, is really going to your state association and taking part in it, becoming a leader, or just staying on the radar screen, seeing what's going on, following legislation, so that you can understand a little bit better of the things that can do to change the needle or move the pendulum.
And you're right. And a lot of times we as teachers, we're in our classrooms, in our own little silos. And when we come together, we realize that my frustrations are your frustrations. And together, though, we can find solutions to kind of move that needle, as you said, and be able to make effective change for us all, our learners, and we as educators ourselves.
All right, so I haven't done this yet, but I'm going to. Right behind me, you're going to see a whole bunch of posters or signboards. What I'd like you to do is, and I'll talk through this so you can go ahead and do this, I want you to find the one that touches you or strikes you the most. And I want you to pick it out and bring it out so we can show it to the audience while we're out there. So you can get up and go ahead, go pick your sign. COAB's prepared all these different wonderful signs that have adult education changes lives, and we have equity. We have a whole bunch of different ones up here, but we're going to see which one Shaketta goes for. And here she comes back. So I also should tell you, Shaketta's been a wonderful friend through, we've been together in COAB. We started pretty close together at the same time, and we were started on the Prison Literacy Committee several years ago when that got started, and she's been, she's awesome. All right, let's, so what'd you pick?
So I chose adult education moves people forward. And I like it. All of them have action verbs to them, right? But I really like that we're moving somewhere. We have a direction, and our direction is to go forward as one together. And I just always love about adult education and family literacy. Yeah. It's that family component. We're moving families, we're uniting families, and we're moving them forward to a better day, a better tomorrow, a better society. So that's what I like.
I love it. I love it. Thanks, Shaketta. That's just awesome. So for those people, and this discussion was really centered around men and women that are in the correctional and reentry setting, I want you to know that it is very much about family. And I remember while I was away, I'd done some time away, that one of the things I did was I read a book inside, and my daughter was reading outside. And we were able to talk about it. And there's a book that just came out recently called Daddy's Time Out, and which explains a little bit about a father's journey through the prison system and how you explain it to your children when you're justice impacted. So there's some great tools out there and great things, but I do think that in the family and reentry setting in particular, family is so important. They're the ones that will push you forward, that will inspire you and keep you going. And I have to tell you, I've done a lot of work with our correctional educators across the country over the past few years, and a huge shout out to those men and women that are doing the work inside the walls and as they come home, because it's yeoman's work, and you often are working with men and women that are at different levels in their education in the classroom, and it's kind of hard. It's not like it's a grade 5 and everybody's at that same grade 5 level. Everybody's all over the place, and they're doing incredible work. Before we close, I just want to ask you, give us our audience something to really an action that you'd like to see in adult education over the next week, something that's easy, an easy lift for them, something they can do to raise their voice. Oh.
Well, one of the simplest things that anyone can do is to go to our Educate and Elevate website and use the 3 clicks. You can get on there, and it's such an easy tool to use where it reaches out to all of your elected officials all the way up the chain, and you'll be able to add your voice, your growing voice, to all of ours. Speaking of the different funding that we're needing across adult education nationwide, so that is something simple that everyone can do during Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. The other thing that I would ask that everyone can do is just share a book. Share a book with anyone, someone. You don't know how much of a difference that can make. You don't know that not everyone has the ability to go to a library. Not everyone has the ability to enjoy a good book. And not everyone has the ability to read. But by sharing your love of reading with someone else will make a difference. And Jeff, before I go, I just wanted to share one story.
Sure.
Of one of our justice involved who was released and joined our local PTA. She had little challenges with being able to join our local PTA because of her background, but her background didn't prohibit her from being on school grounds. And so at the time I allowed her joining, got a little pushback, but she was so impactful, Jeff, excuse me, with our school dances, and I get a little choked up, but with our school dances and being able to mentor other students at the middle school was just invaluable. She changed so many. I got a call a couple of weeks on my voicemail. And unfortunately, she is now dying of cancer. And but she called to thank me for her ability and her opportunity to be able to be there and just be welcomed and embraced, knowing her background. And, she was a student in our correctional system, wasn't able to earn her GED, but she was able to improve her literacy skills. And from that, being a part of our educational system, she knew she wanted to be a part of the educational system and be a part of the schools that her nieces and nephews attended, so she can stress how important education is. And so we do make a valuable impact on the students that we serve, whether justice impacted or in our local programs. But one adult life changes so many lives around him. Jeff, thank you so much.
No, thank you, Shaketa, for being here. You've been a good friend to me over the past few years and helping me navigate my involvement in this space, and I appreciate it. And just a tremendous asset to COABE in the country in the work that you do. So you're listening to the Command Center here in Washington, D.C., celebrating Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, and we'll be back shortly.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live command center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live command center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live command center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live command center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live command center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel, or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live command center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel, or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live command center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel, or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live command center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live Command Center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live Command Center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COA will feature a live command center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COA will feature a live command center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COA will feature a live command center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live command center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live command center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live command center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
We are back at the Command Center here in Washington, D.C., celebrating Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, and I am so glad to be here. We're having a great morning already. Shaketa Thomas, Vice President of Membership of COABE, was just on, and we had spent some great time with her talking about education, its importance in the correctional and reentry setting. And I'm super grateful to have our next guest from Houston Community College here. We have Dr. Christina Robinson in the house, and I'm going to bring her on. Doctor, how are you? We can't hear you, so I'm not sure if... No, we still can't get you. Let's see if we can play around with that and make it happen. But we'll be patient. We got a lot going on. We have Invest in the Midwest is coming up, so we're going to be jumping over there, and Michael Matos leading the charge over there. We're going to be spending some time with Michael and all the people that are doing some great work in the Midwest. So I'm looking forward to jumping in there. But we have a lot going on today. This afternoon we'll be after Invest in the Midwest. We're going to have this afternoon at 12:30 research makes the case for adult education by Dr. Don Finn, our very own, and Kristen Hempel are going to be leading us off there. And later this afternoon, Louisiana Meade from Farmington Adult Education ESL is going to be on, so we're grateful for that. We're going to give Dr. Doctor, I've been instructed. I have our crack staff here says push F4, and that might help you. But let's see if we can get your audio in there. How's that?
Are you able to hear me now?
We do hear you now. I love it. That's good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you so much. How are you? Good morning.
Good morning. Happy to be here. Great.
Well, it's great to have you. It's great to have you. So, first, how are things in Houston?
They're hot.
Still hot there.
No, honestly, things are fantastic here. You know, we're super fortunate to live in a city that continues to grow, and obviously, adult education continues to expand as well. So, things are really good.
Just love it. Just love it. I have so my nephew works for NASA. He's out in Houston, and what a great city. And it's incredible what's happening out there because there's so much going on in the education space. Tell us a little bit about the work you do and what's going on at Houston Community College.
Sure. So I am the executive director over work-based learning and industry partnerships. And how that connects to adult education is we do pre-apprenticeships. We work with our adult education team to connect to those digital literacy skills. But I work with all of our employer partners on really taking those, as we call them, IET programs and connecting them to our employer partners so that we can get those individuals jobs and careers as they come out.
That is super. So one of the most underutilized tools in our country is the idea or concept of apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship. Yes. Definitely going to be talking about that with you today. And
right.
you struck another chord with me with digital literacy. So we're going to dive into that as well. I'm curious. First of all, how long have you been at Houston Community College?
I just hit 5 years.
Hey, congratulations.
So, time flies.
That's a milestone. That's pretty good.
It is. We just had our award ceremony. So.
I love it. So you've been there 5 years now, so I want to go back a little bit and tell us a little bit about the biggest accomplishment, or you can give me one or two of the accomplishments that you've had at Houston Community College when it comes to adult literacy.
Sure. I think one of our biggest accomplishments was winning innovation through the Department of Education, being recognized as an innovative practice. We launched the Career for You Academy numerous years ago, and that academy really formalized IET programs for adult education here in Texas, actually here in Houston. And as a result of that, that program continues to expand because, as we know, many students, when we talk about certificates and credentials, they don't necessarily know what that means to them. But when we put together Career for You Academy, we made it very easy for individuals to say, hey, look, this is medical. I want to be a medical assistant. So I want to go into the healthcare academy, or I want to go into the IT academy. So we really created a pathway for individuals, and that has been highly successful. I think the other program that we did is through COVID, many of us had to figure out, what do we do? How do we get online? How do we get individuals online quickly? And so we were able to implement a fully digital program through that with our OneFlow product. And we actually were one of the first to actually design and develop that for adult education. And so that's probably another practice that really allowed us to get digital and did not allow a gap for students during that transition of going from on campus to online. And now, obviously so much has changed. We have that fully online capacity.
That's incredible. It's just so a few things. One is, can you explain? I like to always start off with this because I don't think there's enough awareness across the country of one of the most amazing tools that educators have and programming educators have, which is the IET, Integrated Educational Training. Can you just explain briefly for our audience what that is?
Absolutely. So the fantastic thing about this program is individuals can come in. They can pick an area of interest. So I gave an earlier example, healthcare or IT, both hot fields right now, right? So they can come in, we can get them their CNA, we can get them their cybersecurity certificate, all while they're also getting those skills. Even for those individuals that don't speak English, right? We can put them into an IET with that ESL component. We call it IETL Civics, where they're getting those ESL skills, but they're also able to get that certificate at the same time. So when they come out, in many cases, they might have a GED and a credential and have learned English. And I mean, it's really an amazing opportunity for students so that, they're not going step by step. They can get it all done in one package. And it really depends on your program. It depends where you are in the country. But I know here at HCC, we provide that opportunity to students to do one pathway.
Yeah, that's crazy good. Mm-hmm. So one of the things I love about it, and the way I describe it, and I do some work with the Department of Education on IET across the country, and I always think of it as a math teacher teaching fractions in the same room or pretty darn close to the carpentry instructor teaching carpentry and then weaving them together. And it just makes so much sense, right?
Absolutely. And, having that contextualized component to the IET. So you're talking about fractions, teaching them that at the same time they come out and, even HVAC, they can come out and they can go straight to work. And that's the most important thing.
Yeah. And then blending in on all of that, a workforce preparedness piece of all this. And then boom, it's like the full circle. You get everything right there. What a great thing. So, we are celebrating and recognizing Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. And I'm curious, from your perspective, what is it that you'd hope to share out this week?
Absolutely. Well, I think more than ever, we do have this huge need for adult education. If we look at the kids in our schools right now, many of them are 2 years behind. So that means our parents are 2 years behind, right? So the best way to help your kids is to get educated and have those skill sets. And as we move, and the reason I mentioned digital literacy is because as we've moved fully digital, we've left a lot of people behind in that capacity. So, kids these days, they're all learning on computers when they go to school or in some kind of online fashion. And so their parents have to be able to help them and deliver it the very same way. And I'll give an example. My son's in 7th grade and everything is online. And if I wasn't able to sit there with him and know where to click and how to show him those things, it would be a huge challenge. So I can only imagine parents that don't have those skills, where their kids are. And so I think for adult education, it's just not about adults. It's about the whole family. And so for Adult Education Week, obviously we need to continue funding for adult education because it is so critical. And those skills will continue to be critical as employers say, hey, we need this and we need that here for the talent that we're hiring.
Yeah, we've talked a lot during the yesterday and in preparation for Adult Education and Family Literacy Week about digital literacy, how important it is, and recognizing that the Digital Equity Act is now in play and states are planning and gearing up for what's next. And we definitely think that and believe that education's got to be a key component of all that. And it's one of the things that we've learned during COVID really was we've recognized that, giving a laptop to a family and an individual, an adult learner is just one thing, but then their children need need computers, right? And they also need access. Giving
Right.
somebody a computer and not being able to get online is a big challenge as well. So we're hoping that states really start thinking about what's next in their state as far as digital equity and digital planning, so that everybody has access and an awareness and education regarding computer usage and digital literacy. You clearly are doing amazing work in Houston. You should be really proud. What would you say to adult educators, your colleagues across the country, when it comes to how important it is, the work that you're doing?
Oh, I think our work is critically important. It starts with adult education. I say all the time, we're the entry door. When students come in, the first question they should say is, do they need these basic skills? And then we funnel them up. So we're triage, right? We get them going, we get them started, and then we point them in the best direction that's going to be suitable for their lives. And so, the role that you guys are doing, the role that everyone is doing in adult education is so critical, because they're truly foundational skills for our country. And without those skills, we will not be successful, and employers can't be successful because they won't have the talent to hire to be competitive. So, first I want to say thank you to all of those adult educators, because I know it is hard work getting these individuals from one level to the next level and on forward. And then, keep doing what you're doing because it's greatly appreciated. And, recently I had the opportunity to go to the City of Houston's Mayor's Breakfast, and we had some fantastic students talk about how digital literacy had made such a huge impact on their lives, and now they were able to get jobs, and
Wow.
that they wouldn't otherwise been able to get. So those are the kinds of things, and those are the kinds of stories that you love to hear, and it just really makes you realize the important work that we're doing.
So the importance of storytelling just can't be it can't be stressed enough. Being able to tell the story of those successes, not just of our students, but also of our teachers, and the programs that we have are so important. That's why we're so glad that we have you on. But we're here in Washington, D.C. at the Command Center this week, and we're meeting with legislators not only here in Washington but across the country. And I'm curious, what is it that you'd like them to know from Houston when we talk to them about adult education?
Sure. Well, as I mentioned earlier, I think we need to continue to make those connections with employers and let them know how colleges and how providers can help them from that adult ed piece. And it is so crucial. There's so many training programs out there, but integrating adult education into those training programs, whether it's digital literacy or fundamental skills or career readiness, whatever it might be, can really make a huge impact on the organization, even down to even up to the manager level. So it's not just adults that don't have skills, it's even those employees that need upskilling. So I would just like them to know to continue to support adult education, continue to invest in adult education, and really put a path forward. We're very fortunate that we have a congresswoman here who's really pushing financial literacy and skills for adult education, and we appreciate all of the support of both our congressmen and congresswomen across the country.
I just love it. It's just such great work that's going on just in Houston proper. I know that I received a call, I guess about 2 weeks ago from your city, and they were asking some input regarding working with men and women that were coming from the correctional setting, and looking at how we can get them smarter and skilled up. And Houston's doing some great work, so congratulations for all of that. So I want to give you my magic wand. We have it here somewhere, but I'm going to give you my magic wand. And if you had a wish for Houston and adult education, can you? What would it be going forward?
Sure. Well, I would love to see apprenticeship continue to flourish. Over the last 2 years, there's been a huge push of pre-apprenticeship and apprenticeship, and I'd really love to see a continued investment in that for the city of Houston. Houston is such a massive market, and there's such a huge need. And so those investments in those programs, continue to push that forward, because it's taken a bit to figure out how it all works. But I feel like, as a city, we have that process down, and we can continue to move forward and really make that expansion happen if given the opportunity.
I love it. So just real quick, so our audience knows and we all can understand the apprenticeship model is just an amazing model because you're really training people to do the job that employers need. And with the demand in the labor market today, training people for the positions that are open and available is kind of a triple win, right?
It
It's
is.
a it's a win for the individual because they're getting a career opportunity. It's a win for the employer because they're getting, quality labor and staff. And then it's a win for our economy because we're getting people back to work, and I love it. And then it's also a win for Dr. Robinson because she's getting to push her programs forward, right?
Right, right.
Good deal.
But it's also a win for those employers because we know the retention rate on those apprenticeships are so high, many cases upwards of 85%. So, if you're going to hire someone and you have the ability to put them into that kind of a role, an apprenticeship opportunity, or pre-apprenticeship, we know that retention is going to be greater. Not only earn where you learn, but try before you buy product.
Love it. Dr. Robinson, if people wanted to get more information about the unbelievable work you're doing in Houston Community College, how would they go about finding out about some of your programming?
Sure. If they go to hccs.edu/apprenticeship hub, and we have the Gulf Coast Region Apprenticeship Hub there, and they'll get not only apprentice information, but they can get adult education information on our site as well.
We love it. Thank you so much for joining
Thank
us on
you.
Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. We wish you well in Houston. I'm hoping I'll get out there soon and love to get to see some of your programming. But if you're out there, check it out. Houston really is leading the charge across our country when we talk about not only digital literacy, but also the pre-apprenticeship and apprenticeship programs that they have going on. And during Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, this is where we have to really push these kinds of programs out. And Dr. Robinson, thank you so much
Thank
to you and
you.
your team out there, and we'll look forward to catching up with you soon. Take care.
Sounds good.
All right. So we're here at the command center, and we're going to pop in now. So we have some programming going on in our through COABE. And right now, it's Invest in the Midwest, which is led by Michael Matos and his team. We're going to try and pop in and podcast this into you and streamline it in. So bear with me for a second, and we're going to kind of get everything set up, and we're going to bring them in so you guys can, everybody that's streaming on YouTube and watching us will be able to watch that event. So hang in there one second.
model for closing the digital divide for public school students and their families. Our digital equity work doesn't stop at Chicago Connected. And in fact, the program inspired us to create the Digital Equity Council. This council builds on Chicago's historic progress in the K through 12 space and pinpoints and tackles the barriers to digital equity our residents are facing citywide. So I'm excited to work with this council to continue connecting residents to the many opportunities the internet has to provide. So I am humbled and thank you for honoring me with the Legislative Champion Award and for all you do to ensure people of all ages have what they need to be able to succeed and thrive.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
All right, now that we've seen some of the great things happening on the legislative side of our state, I'd like to tell you a little bit more about what my organization, AESA, is doing both to support our field and for celebrating AEFL Week. So in fiscal year 22, we held a virtual rally, a virtual state conference, which included both an advocacy session and a student panel session. We held a legislative roundtable virtually in March of 2022. We also have an annual awards ceremony recognizing teachers, support staff, administrators, and students in our field. And as an organization, we currently have over 500 members. Coming up soon in fiscal year 23, we will have a virtual Voices Advocacy event on October 12th. And we're also planning our statewide conference in March of 2023. Next slide. For Adult Ed and Family Literacy Week, we have some exciting things going on. First, we have proclamations from both our governor and several mayors around the state recognizing AEFL Week. Some of our other board members also created a virtual party room that includes an advocacy toolkit that they sent out to programs to help programs in our state celebrate this week. We have a Twitter storm with day-by-day themes, and you can see the graphics for each of those themes on the slide here. And if you'd like to use those graphics or see more that we're doing, you can visit our website. It's www.iesa.net. And I'm going to put the links for both the party room and our website into the chat in just 1 second. All right. So you are welcome to go and check those out on your own. The graphics are downloadable, so if you'd like to share them on your social media, we would love that. Next slide, Michael. All right. Finally, we'd like to send you off and close out part of our Illinois section with the student voice for adult education, because after all, we are of course here for our students. And we have this great video from a program in our state with a student discussing the importance of adult education and advocacy. IESA is the voice of adult education in Illinois, and here's a student who represents that voice best.
Adult education. What is adult education and why is it important? Adult education helps people see their potential and guide them in the right direction and help them further their education. How is adult education funded? I know it's funded by the state and federal government, and I really appreciate that because without the funding, people would be slipping through the cracks and not reaching their full potential. What is advocacy and why is that important? Advocacy is when you speak up when something or anything in general. If you don't say anything, your voice will be heard. And my mom always told me that a closed mouth don't get fed.
All right, always great to hear from students. And with that, I'm going to kick things back to Michael for a little bit more about some exciting things happening in Illinois. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Jenny. That was excellent. Thank you. in Illinois, organization Scale It that I work for. We put together some big events for AEFL Week. I just wanted to share our Adult Education Matters to Me Because sign, which we have a QR code and a link here. It says AEFL sign. It's a bit.ly address with AEFL sign. You can pull that up and you can take a picture with your sign. You can record it however you want to submit that, and you can send a link to us, or maybe even put it in the chat as we go along through our next hour or so. And I just wanted to share a good example video of the passing of the sign from our Scale It colleagues. And here we go. Thank you. So you too can create one of those. Send us the link if you do, or if it's just a single shot, or share it as we go through our day today. You can share it with COABE at coabe.org as well. Let me turn this off a second here, and we go to my next slide here. We also visited the Learning Center in Chicago and talked to some of their learners and instructors there as well, and did the sign passing in this great community-based organization in North Lawndale and the Little Village, for the Little Village communities of Chicago. And I want to share this video with you. Okay. So thank you so much. And thank you for all of those that in the chat and the comments. And I guess it is time now for our next state. And Indiana, are you in the house? You can please mute yourself if you're not asking a question right now. That'd be great. And then just calling out for Indiana.
Thank you, Michael.
Hi, guys.
I think Indiana is going to start with Marilyn Pizzulo. If you're there, will you join us?
I am here.
Outstanding.
Can I remind everybody, thank you for muting. That's great. Thank you. So good morning and thank you. I'm Marilyn Pizzulo. I'm the state director in Indiana. And I'm just so pleased to be a part of Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. I tell everybody one of the great strengths in Indiana is our partnerships and our ability to partner. And that is especially seen between the state office of adult education that is run by the Department of Workforce Development and our partners with IAACE, our COABE membership organization. Next slide, please. So
again, great to be a part of investing in the Midwest and Indiana. We're going to talk a little bit about our leadership, some state staffs, the Adult Education and Family Literacy campaign, go on to our legislative awards, and then I'm going to pass that off to Christy with our program and end with Jen. Next slide, please. So our leadership in Indiana, and I take this very seriously. I may be the employee, but all of these people pour into what it is that we do in Indiana for adult education. And that includes our executive director of IAACE, Jen Wigington. You all will get to see Christy McIntyre Gray, our advocacy and Indiana fellow, and then also Mike Tomlinson, our IAACE president, and Joe Loftus, who works for IAACE as the state lobbyist. Next slide, please. So this is program year 2021. As you know, we do not have final numbers yet for the next program year, but we ended Indiana over 70% measurable skill gains, close to 5,000 high school equivalency credentials, and then
We are back at the command center, and we're going to be popping in and out of that wonderful event, Invest in the Midwest, and we wanted to take a pause right now and bring on a superstar in the world of adult education, and she's actually a good friend too. So I'm glad to bring on Erin Verbornik. Erin, how are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
She's got that podcast voice on. I love it. How are you? You doing well?
I am. Happy Adult Education and Family Literacy Week.
Yeah, this is so exciting. I wish you were here. So we need full disclosure here. Erin and I work on a podcast together, and she's the host, and I help produce it called Advocast. And you and Sarah do an amazing job with the podcast, and we've had a lot of fun together doing it. But we don't often get to talk enough about the work that you do and who you are. So why don't you introduce yourself to our audience and share a little bit about the work you do?
Okay, my name is Erin Verbornik. I am the new Students as Leaders Coordinator for COABE. I've also been an instructor in adult ed for about a decade now, and am on maybe year 2 of also being a board member of the Illinois Adult and Continuing Educators Association, and was part of the inaugural group of State Advocate for Adult Education Fellows back in 2021.
Good stuff. Yeah. It's fun. We have fun doing Advocast, but I think the audience should know a little bit about the podcast and you know what it's like and what the messaging is, the podcast, the purpose of it.
The purpose of it is to really get people engaged in advocacy and to help kind of shine the light on some of the ways that people are advocating, because for a long time I thought advocacy meant, going to fancy dinners and schmoozing, and I thought, I'm kind of shy. That's not really my thing. I don't know that I can actually advocate. And through the SAFE Fellowship, I realized there are so many different ways that we can make an impact. So the podcast is helping to do that. And then, of course, to center a student voice so that students can share how they advocate, their successes in adult education, and they can also speak out to other students who might be listening.
Awesome. So we're here celebrating and recognizing Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. And I'm curious, from your perspective, what is it that you'd hope to achieve during this week? What's the message we should be getting out?
My message this week is just to really get people to understand what adult education is. And last year, my focus was kind of painted with a broad brush, spreading the message as far and wide as I can. And this year, I've taken a more local approach. I want to make sure that people within the community, I want to make sure that everyone who works at the college that I work at, I want to make sure everybody knows what adult education is here locally, and encourage them to help spread that message out as well.
Yeah, so there's a great book called Change, and it talks about the reality that change happens from the bottom up, not from the top down. And I think that's such a wise thing to think at starting really at the grassroots, right in the frontline workers, our frontline education, our teachers, our instructors, our students, and the community, and making sure the community is engaged and understands it. And that's how movements start, right? If we can start educating our community and our families and people all the way up the ladder, that's when you start seeing change and making that happen. So you do this work. I know you do it in your state, but you also do it across the country. And I'm curious if you had a message to some of your colleagues that are also engaged in adult education. Like, what message would you like to share with them?
So my message to other colleagues would be to use your voice to spread the message of adult education, and that it's the challenge is not just getting started, but making it sustainable. And it's hard, if not impossible, to do all by yourself. But what COABE's focus on advocacy has kind of shown a light on is that there are so many people doing this work, and there's a network, there's a community of people that you can join to keep this message going, and that it really does have an impact.
Yeah, it does. It also takes a village. I think it's a super point to recognize. A lot of when we talk about persistence in adult learning and adult education, that persistence factor often isn't just being able to pass the test, right? Or it's more than that. A lot of times it's also the ability to navigate life, housing, food insecurity, your family. All those other challenges that kind of come into play when you go to school as an adult learner. And they are quite different than K to 12, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because, you often have a job and you have to put food on the table and take care of family responsibilities and things like that, as well as battling things like, a criminal background sometimes and addiction issues and other things that just get in life, and that's part of it. So I love that. I love that point. We're here in Washington, D.C. today and this week, and we're talking to legislators about how we can make change happen, like how we can change the system, how we can make it better. And oftentimes I think a lot of people think that often means asking for more funding. And although funding is important and is a priority in our ask and things, because we need money to be able to support the programs that we have, pay our teachers, and provide resources. But I think it's a lot more than that. And I'm curious from your perspective, besides asking for funding, what should we be asking for our legislative representatives? And I'm talking, even at the local level, because you're down in the cities that we're talking about, in the communities, and at the state level, what should we be asking for?
So again, I'm focused on really that awareness aspect. So I want them to come visit programs. I want them to actually meet with students, listen to students, and engage with them. I want them to know that regardless of what committees they sit on for their job, adult education is foundational in that, whether it be labor, education, health, technology. Like adult education is really pivotal to all of that. So I want them to see how adult education impacts the communities that they represent, but I also want them to see how it is connected to the jobs that they do.
That is super. So there's two things that strike me with that answer. One is that, why is it that we don't, as a matter of practice, in every adult literacy program across our country, invite our local representatives, whoever they are? They could be from council person to ward leader to all the way up to the mayor. Why don't we invite them into our classrooms so they actually can see it? And touch it, right? And then it becomes real. It becomes a thing to them. Right now, it's giving money and really not sure sometimes where it's even going to because they don't see the program. So if you're out there listening, I want you to do something this week. Just schedule 1 or 2 visits. Just make a phone call. And trust me, they want to come see it. Legislators want that invitation. They want to know what's going on. And quite frankly, it's because their communities are the ones that voted them in. And they're the ones that often are going to be there for the next vote, the next election, that kind of thing. So I love that. And then the second piece of that you just touched on was the employer piece. And we're really going through a time in our country where there's demand for labor in a whole bunch of different industry sectors, but really understanding the role that employers play in all of this is super important. I appreciate it. So here's what I'm going to do right now. I'm giving you my magic wand. It just looks like a pen, but it's a wand. So here, take it through. There you go. There you go. You got the magic wand. So what is it that you'd like to see this year happen in the area of adult education?
Oh, goodness. A magic wand?
It's a magic wand.
Oh,
yes.
so I can do anything.
You can, but you can't buy yourself a new car with it, but you can do anything else.
That's okay. That's a tricky question. I was not prepared for this kind of power. I think for me, what I would wipe away with this magic wand, I'm not going to go to the easy part and say let's wipe away literacy challenges, but I am going to say let's wipe away that stigma of adult education that's holding people back from vocally supporting it, or it might be holding some learners back from sharing their story. And I say this as the grandchild of somebody who my grandmother had gotten her GED. When I think it was right before I was born, I didn't know about it until I started working in adult education. She said, what are you teaching nowadays? I said, I'm teaching high school equivalency. And she shared, I used to stay late in the factory and they used to have on-site GED classes, and I took it and I completed my GED. And I thought, why did you never share this? And she said, well, it didn't really seem like something to be that proud of. I stepped away from high school and I thought, this is absolutely something to be proud of. And my goodness, let's wipe away this stigma that persisting and doing something for yourself and for your education is somehow less than.
Wow, that's a great wand. That's a great wish. I love it. So yeah, I'll hand you the wand more often because it really is so important. And honestly, it is a tough achievement. I know that I often get called and people say, well, how long is it going to take me to get my high school equivalency? And, and even in the criminal justice setting, judges say, get your GED. You have to do it in 3 months. And honestly, it's hard. Mm-hmm. It's hard. Yeah. And I always send them a sample GED test or high school equivalency test and say, here, you sit down and take it. Yes. And almost 100% of the time, within hours, I'm going to get a call back and they're going to say, all right, maybe I was a little unfair with that because it's a little more challenging. So I definitely, I definitely think it's a really important piece. I know you just took a new role at COABE and want to congratulate you for taking a position on the board at COABE. And your position is, I guess, I want to make sure I get it correct. Students as Leaders Chair?
Yes. Correct. Yep. Students as Leaders Coordinator.
I love it. So can you give us a little bit of what is that position? What does it involve?
Sure. So it really involves working to elevate student voice at COABE to help provide our learners with tools so that they can use their voices, use their skills to help make a change in adult education. And part of that is the COABE's award-winning ambassador training, helping to connect people to that. So quick plug, if there are any students who think, you know what, I want to use my voice for change, right? This week has got me excited. I urge you, don't lose that momentum. I can help you enroll in student ambassador training. I can answer the questions you have. And same thing for educators. If you're thinking, I want to bring this into my classroom, connect with me. I love connecting with people, and let's make a change.
Yeah, so Aaron, that's before we go. And I know you have classes coming up, but first of all, I got to tell you that you're getting you're getting all this fan mail in the chat box. So good stuff. But I wanted to, if people wanted to get more information about your program or to connect with you, I'll give a shout out. If you want to get on the podcast, the Advocast podcast, you can go to coabe.org, and our podcast episodes are all there under Advocast. And it's awesome. Aaron and Sarah do an amazing job. We have a lot of fun with it. We laugh, we cry, we have fun, but we educate, and that's pretty fun. And we advocate. We do it all in one podcast, so it's crazy. But if people wanted to get to know more about your programming and the work you're doing, where should they reach you?
The best way to reach me is at my COABE email address, which is erinvabornik@coabe.org, which I know my last name is tricky. There's no spaces. erinvabornik@coabe.org.
Love it. Love it. Aaron, good luck with class today.
Thanks.
And we appreciate you so much. Yes, it is truly, Rebecca, a great podcast. We love it. And we will talk to you soon. So thanks again for joining us today.
Thank you.
All right. Take care.
Bye.
So we're moving forward. We're in the command center right now, and we're going to be going back to Invest in the Midwest so that we can watch a little bit of what's going on there. So we're going to set that up in just a second. We're going to get that going. But I wanted to thank everybody for your patience as we navigate some of these issues. But we're definitely having fun here, and I will make sure that. We're going to give this another try and get everybody on. But we're going to go back to Invest in Midwest, and we'll be back shortly after that. Our next guest is going to be up right after that. It's going to be a great session with Dr. Don Finn and Kristen Hempel. We're going to be talking about research making a difference in adult education. So love to see that. So we're going to join back in to Invest in the Midwest. Here we go.
There's not a better feeling than whenever someone is listening to you, and he proved that he was listening by providing that information or providing that proclamation to you. You can see that on our social media sites as well. Next up. This is Christie's group, Wayne, celebrating with the proclamation. It's now making its way to the next organization on the list, and it's going to end up at our conference next week so that everyone has an opportunity to take a picture with it if they'd like. Next slide. Next slide. We have announced a lot of things, this week with Adult Education Week. We are holding our second annual Adult Education Day, February 15th of 2023. We do two things at that day. We do recognize all our business partners throughout the entire state, and we hold an essay contest for students on the theme being how adult education has got them to the next level. Next slide. I just met with Senator Braun's staff this morning. That was one of the reasons why I got on just a couple minutes late, and went over what our asks are with him, and he believes that Senator Braun will be on board with it because of all of the success that we have demonstrated and all the stories that we were able to share within as well. But those are our asks for the legislation, and I'm sure that you're all familiar with it because I'm sure that your asks are very similar. Next up. I think that concludes everything. I want to thank Christy and Marilyn and Michelle for coming on, and I shall pass it back over to Michael. Thanks for being here, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Indiana. Awesome information. Well, let's continue. I think we have Wisconsin on board here. Wisconsin, are you in the house?
We are. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
And thank you, COABE, for having us here today. We're from Wisconsin Literacy. Before we get started, I just want to give a shout out to our data and communications manager, Dan Torres, for his help building our beautiful slides and also his video editing wizardry. So thanks, Dan. My name is Jamie Copes. Like I said, I'm with Wisconsin Literacy. I am a tutor training and digital literacy project manager. And I have a co-presenter here today. Marcia, are you here?
I am. Good morning. I'm Marcia Connett. I'm the Southeast Regional Consultant here for Wisconsin Literacy. And we're going to tell you a little bit about what makes this agency so unique.
Yep, next slide. Thank you. So we do have a significant need in Wisconsin. About 15% of Wisconsin adults can only read simple sentences and phrases on familiar topics. And about 25% of Wisconsin adults can only solve basic adding, subtracting, dividing, and multiplying. So whether literacy, numeracy, or obtaining a high school equivalency, that's 1.5 million people in Wisconsin who need help building literacy skills. Next slide, please.
So how do we meet those needs? Well, we meet those needs with folks like me. There are 4 regional consultants who each serve the 4 corners of the state, as you can see here. Plus we have a regional coordinator who's helping new programs get started in those few counties that we're currently not serving. Our mission is changing lives by strengthening a literacy statewide, but our vision is that all people in Wisconsin have those literacy skills to reach their full potential. So what we do as regional consultants is work with each of the literacy programs in our area to help with things like tutor training and curriculum development and professional development and board recruitment, retention and training, and many, many other things, as well as networking opportunities. Next slide, please. So what we do is kind of like a 4-legged chair. We work with members and community, workforce, advocacy, and health literacy through our division, Wisconsin Health Literacy. Next slide, please. So in members and community, as I said, we have about 70 local programs that serve both adult and family literacy programs. We're in 86% of the counties of our state and moving on toward that 100%. Pre-pandemic, we were at about 16,000 adults and children receiving services from those members. And as we're crunching those numbers currently, it looks like we're starting to get back to that. Wisconsin Literacy works with our members. Works with our members to help folks that are immigrants or refugees learn English. They help adults prepare for GED, HSED, and citizenship tests. They teach basic reading and writing skills so learners can get better jobs, get into career training programs. They teach computer skills, and they work on job readiness and workplace skills. And one of the key components of our members are their volunteers. Literacy without volunteers is just empty. Next slide, please. In the workforce, our members work with educational programs around the state. It might be technical college systems, might even be private colleges or public colleges where students might need a little bit of extra help. They also work with school districts around the state. They work with workforce development boards in their areas. And they also work with Wisconsin Works, or W2. And many of you might recognize that as maybe your welfare agencies statewide. And we know that so many people who use those services need the services of literacy programs as well to improve their lives. Next slide. And advocacy is another one of those legs. Pictured here is Michelle Erickson, our executive director, and she often quotes Peter Waite here and says, without literacy, a lot of those social and work-related initiatives are doomed to fail. Next slide. So we provide leadership and that statewide voice that is so important. We advocate for those learners all around the state. We connect to government agencies like Department of Workforce Development, Department of Public Instruction, Department of Children and Families, all of whom provide grants to help us do the work that we do. We have representation on a whole variety of state councils, and we truly believe that literacy is at the core of a wide range of government and social services. Next slide. Finally, Wisconsin Health Literacy is a division that's been with us for just over 10 years. They offer education and training in that whole world of health literacy. They have provided community projects and programs like Let's Talk About COVID, Let's Talk About the Flu, how to find solid medical information online, things of that nature, to programs all around the state. They have a health literacy summit every other year that's not only national in scope, but international in scope. And the best part is 21% of Wisconsin pharmacies have made prescription labels easier to read and understand because of our Med Label project. Next slide, please. Now I'd like to introduce to you John Gilgenbach. John is Executive Director of the Adult Learning Center in my region in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and also Dr. Stacy Martin. She's a virtual math instructor who works for Wisconsin Literacy and provides math help and training to students all around the state because it is virtual. So if you'd share John's story on the next slide, please.
Over the last year and now going into the school year again, the Adult Learning Center has become a dual delivery program. So it's not hybrid per se, but we have both in-person classes and virtual classes, live virtual classes. They actually run at the same time and we have the same teachers. So our teachers split their week between working from home and working with online students. And then the other half of the week, they come in person and work with the in-person students. So we always try to explain to students, whether you're in person or online, you're going to get the same attention from the teacher. It's not that we've got a teacher in a classroom with a computer in the back of the room and you got to remember to talk to the computer kids every now and then. It's like, oh no, if you're online at home, your teacher is also online at home and focused on you and your online classmates. And then vice versa. Obviously, when COVID shut us down, we wanted to stay active. So we had an all online program going there through 2020, but we've been able to open up our doors and let people back in. So we're seeing just as much interest at this point in the online as in person. So the foreseeable future will offer both. So her name, the student I have in mind, her name is Patricia, and she has been with us for maybe going on 2 years now. This is probably her third or fourth semester. She's been a great student. She's really kind of worked her way up from a mid-level to nearly completing her math test at this point, and her other tests along the way. Civics and language arts are already done. So what makes Patricia kind of stand out is that she lives nearby to our center, and since she was focused on math, she was doing both. As I talked about, she was joining our online class 2 days of the week, and then coming in person to be with the math teacher in person the other 2 days of the week. So she was trying to maximize her time by having, studying math 4 days a week. However, unfortunately, back in April, when she was walking to class, she was hit by a car crossing the street. Somebody was speeding through an intersection and hit her. And, it was a whole thing. There were witnesses. She thankfully is okay, but she was stuck at home then. She could not come to the in-person classes. And she really was trying to focus and get that math done. So that was right around the time we started working with Stacy. She was working with a couple other students. I got in touch with her. I said, hey, I've got this situation. This student is available 2 days out of the week. She was coming in person, but she can't get out of the house for the next 8 weeks. And right away, Stacy was able to connect with her. And that allowed this student, Patricia, to continue working on math 4 days a week. So she was still joining our math teacher online for the live classes and then working with Stacy either after class or the other day. But she made it work for 2 more days of the week to work with Stacy and really just, again, focus on that math and make great gains. And we're hoping to have her test at the end of this month, actually.
Very nice. Is she well now?
She is, yeah. So she just last week, she walked through the door. I said, oh my God, Patricia. I had stopped by her house and dropped off materials back in July or June. And so she's back. And then this week, she'll be back here in person. She'll be back tomorrow for the in-person math class. So then when she came in yesterday to check her schedule, she said, can you let Stacy know that I can do Wednesday afternoon? So she still wants to do it all.
All right. Patricia's story is a story about her amazing determination, and it's about the persistence that we see in adult learners despite barriers. But it's also a story of what success can look like when we work to overcome the digital divide in Wisconsin. And we know that when we talk about the digital divide, it's in two areas. It's about access and it's about skills. According to 2018 data from the US Census Bureau, nearly 370,000 Wisconsinites do not have internet in their homes. And low digital literacy skills can keep adults from accessing healthcare, employment, education, and if you're a football fan, even Thursday night football games on Amazon Prime, right? With COVID, more people were forced to study and work from home, and the digital divide is now widening existing racial and socioeconomic achievement gaps. Wisconsin Literacy has become a recipient of a Department of Administration grant, and we are hoping that this will assist us in solving these problems statewide. The grant is going to allow us to purchase hardware and materials for our members who fall into 21 census tract counties. It's also going to help us with capacity building efforts in tutor training and digital literacy skills. Next slide, please. So we just want to close today with a final message from John Gildenbach, and he's going to help remind us why we're all here today, and that's our adult learners.
I really want to, if anything, just kind of salute our students. You know, I'm always impressed. And even this week coming back, it's all crazy and stressed out, but we always have such motivated people. As long as we can kind of capture that and keep them focused on their motivation, their personal motivation, rather than us telling them, well, you got to do this because we said so, right? That's not going to work. And that said, we get so many great motivated students who really, really want to do this. So the beginning of the school year is always very exciting, and just kind of capturing that. So that's where we are now. So I really just want to, if anything, just salute our adult learners for wanting this so bad. You know, they come to us and they're like, well, what do I need to do? When do I need to be here? Do I need to buy this book? Do I need to do what's going to make me successful? All right, that's what we need to hear.
There should be just one more slide, our contact page. Thank you, everyone.
Yes, thank you. Please feel free to reach out to us if you have any questions or like to hear more about what we're doing. But thanks for having us today.
Thank you, Wisconsin. There's a lot of information also being added to the chat, so please stay in contact with the chat there as well. A lot of other links and information being added in the chat as well. We are kind of going in live to our command center in Washington, D.C. for COABE AEFL week. If you say it enough times, the letters start to move. I just wanted to see, Jeffrey, are you out there? The command center? Well, we'll come back and see if Jeffrey could just say hello from the command center. But they are tuning in every so often. We have a little activity for you. This particular activity, it's asking what's a one-word strength that comes to mind when you think of adult education. And our state association leader from Michigan, Patrick Brown, is going to facilitate this particular activity. Patrick, are you there?
I am. So I've dropped the link into the chat if everyone wants to go to the chat and click that, or you can pull out your smartphone, open your camera and point it at the screen. Those are both two ways. So we'll give you a few seconds here. Hope you're engaged with us and excited. And we wanted to ask you this question. What's a one-word strength that comes to mind when you think of adult education? So you can click the link in the chat and we'll go there and ask you. It'll lead you to a website, or you can hold your camera on your smartphone up to your computer and take a picture, and it will also lead you to the link there. We'll give you a few more seconds and then we'll flip over to the word wall. I'm seeing some great words coming in. So I am going to, if I can, Michael, share my screen, if that's okay.
Yes.
And I will show some of the wonderful words that we have coming up. So here are some of the words that you all have started to share. Empowering, possibilities. I love that. Life-changing, volunteers, tenacity, resiliency, persistence, courage, motivation, amazing, independence, the best kept secret. That's a great one. But these are all wonderful words that really do capture the spirit of adult education in all of our states, especially in the Midwest. And thank you for taking some time to just share with us these important words, and would encourage you to use some of these words as you continue to advocate and think about adult education, or as if you're a partner, think about ways that adult education can continue to be an asset for your local community. So thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Patrick. You can continue to populate this. We should maybe go back to it a little bit later, and we could see it at the end. But continue to send in those words. There's quite a few of you on. 3 words. Should see a lot more. So let's see a lot more of those on there. And let's continue. Let's continue with the show here. Let me go back to the presentation here. And I guess, Patrick, you can stay right on. And Michigan is next. Take it away, Michigan.
Thank you so much. We're happy to be here. We're so excited for the rally. Thank you all so much for being here. I'm Patrick Brown, Executive Director of McKay, which is our state association here in Michigan. And I have a wonderful co-host with me, Carrie. Would you like to introduce yourself, Carrie?
Hi, everyone. I am Carrie Matchkuli. I am IET coordinator with the Literacy Center of West Michigan, as well as Michigan's 2022 State Fellow with COVID.
And we are so happy to be here to be representing, we have to say, the best state in the Midwest. We have to say that. All right, go ahead. Thank you, Michael. So a little bit about our wonderful state here in the Great Lakes state is we have a very strong presence here for adult education and integrated education and training. Our state association is very strong, and it's a great networking and collaborative space. And all throughout the pandemic and continuing on past it this summer, we've continued to operate and have our programs really make wonderful strides and impactful work completed in their local communities. And so we just wanted to share some wonderful pictures of some of the success opportunities that have been out there. And if you're from Michigan, I'd love for you to say hello in the chat. I see so many of our friends and colleagues here. Carrie and I would love to see that. And we're going to share a little bit more about what's been happening in adult education in Michigan. Go ahead, Michael.
So let's look first at the need in Michigan. So this is the database on the 2019-2020 program year, but it reflects the high need that we have for increased services in our state. Look at the first number there. So 234,995 adults who do not speak English well or at all in the state of Michigan. This is actually double the number that we saw the previous year to that, which was just above 100,000. This also reflects recent data collected that from 2010 to 2020, Michigan saw an increase of 16% in immigrants settling in Michigan, including refugees and asylees, the majority of them being adults. Let's look at the next number. So over 500,000 working age adults without a high school credential. Working age adults is between the age of 18 to 64, as well as the 47,000 plus adults who did not have a high school diploma and were unemployed. So this certainly reflects the need that we have in Michigan across all places and all spaces. From parent literacy to workplace literacy to community literacy.
We also wanted to frame the conversation around the connection that adult education has to many other statewide and national initiatives, especially statewide initiatives happening in our state. And that is something that we as a state association and all of our providers have been really dialed into over the last few months and even the last, I would say, 18 to 24 months. The first is obviously credential attainment. How are we seeing those that maybe are transitioning out of our K-12 system? How are we ensuring that they're reaching their educational goals, getting that diploma or high school equivalency, and then transitioning? Certainly, we've talked about this today, but child literacy. We know that when we're educating a parent, we're engaging with child literacy. We have certain literacy laws here in our state that are focused on early childhood intervention, and this is a great opportunity, and many of our providers are working with the children that are in the public school system, or even children if they're a nonprofit agency, through literacy coaching. Providing economic stability, we've launched a number of initiatives to partner our adult education providers with their local workforce development partners around integrated education and training opportunities. We really feel like that's the way of the future, as well as increasing the number of workplace literacy program offerings that are available. So that means having adult education programming directly on site with employers, making that impact before, after shifts, during shifts, to increase that educational capacity right there in collaboration with employers and our workforce development. Strengthening communities. We know that educational centers are central to strong communities and vibrant and resilient communities. And so if we can enhance our physical locations, as well as enhance the impact that we have within programs, we will only continue to just build a foundation and a center that becomes a trusted resource within our communities. And the last is obviously a major issue happening all across our nation, but particularly in Michigan and different economic sectors, is a talent shortage. Making sure that we can transition highly skilled workers with those skills into in-demand and needed positions. And so we've been working to do that and transition people successfully to post-secondary access, college access, and employment.
Speaking of making connections, the learner in our next video, her story is a very key example of how we make connections across the state of Michigan. Rashida worked with multiple agencies within Michigan to connect from her English classes, certified training, employment, and beyond. Let's listen.
I've always wanted to be a nurse, even when I was in Algeria. When I got married, my husband was living here in the United States. When I joined him, I found that this as an opportunity to start my dream job from the beginning. I looked for a job that doesn't need a certification. So I found one as a caregiver, and because my English wasn't really good, they sent me to the Literacy Center of West Michigan. It's thanks to Literacy Center to West Michigan that I've heard about the Goodwill CNA program. The CNA program at Goodwill is a month full-time. As I remember, there was the 2 first weeks you'll do theory, and then the last 2 weeks it's clinicals, and then after doing the clinicals in the lab here at Goodwill, they will send you to a facility to practice there. Immediately after being done with the CNA program at Goodwill, I had an interview at Portrait Hills Village, and I got that position. After feeling that I had enough time, I felt that I needed a hospital experience. So I applied to Select Specialty Hospital at Spectrum Health Blodgett. I just feel like if I didn't do Goodwill, if I didn't do the CNA program, I wouldn't be able to get to the medical field. I wouldn't be able to work in a nursing home. I wouldn't be able to make great connections. So from just trying to practice my English to the CNA class, to working in nursing home, to working in the hospital, now I've been in the waiting list for 2 years, and I'm starting the nursing program. I would recommend the CNA program to anyone who wants to be in the medical field. I honestly don't think I would feel that ready to start if I didn't go through all these steps.
Great. So again, Rashida's story is a prime example of how we can make connections using multiple different agencies in our state. The impact in Michigan. The impact in Michigan is more than just the numbers. From the same 2019-2020 year, we saw over 25,000 enrollments. I think we're on track for more than that this year. But more than just the numbers, our programs across the state build pathways for adults to access employment opportunities, workforce preparation, and certification programs. Many programs also support families, empowering parents as learners to advocate for their children and their children's learning, ending the cycle of low literacy and generational poverty across the state. Our programs connect with local foster care agencies to get youth connected to free and low-cost trainings to connect them to career pathways. The program that I work with even has an English class for potential foster care parents to get more diverse population care parents working with a refugee and asylee youth entering the foster care system. Resource navigators for our partners and within many of our programs help give our learners the skills to lift themselves and their families out of poverty. Many programs across the state work with adults with learning disabilities to give them a customized learning experience at the pace they need to reach their goals. And of course, for our parent literacy programming, we certainly see an impact with children being more engaged in their learning as a family with their parents. At my own program, we host family activity night where parents and children come together for a meal and play literacy-focused activities at their children's school. All this to say, the impact is more than just the numbers. It is the community and all the people coming together and advancing and owning their learning across Michigan. Next slide. Here's another video as an example of how our education programming for adult learners is more than just an English class. It is connecting individuals to support their own community members and provide access to others in the community to services that they might not have had access to before. Let's listen to Karina's story. And I don't know if the sound is working.
Maybe we can describe Karina's story, Carrie.
Yeah, so Karina was a learner with the Kent ISD. She took classes for community interpreter training. The reason she took those classes is because she wanted to connect people in her community to have access to healthcare and other government resources who had low levels of literacy. So she took the community interpreter training to give back to her own community and advocate for her own community members.
So we've shared a little bit about the need, the impact, the connections, and now we really want to talk about the future of adult learning in our state. We are really focused on leaning forward and looking at possible opportunities for the future. The last 2 years, especially coming out of the pandemic, have only forced us to be more creative, more innovative, and more collaborative with our partners. So we are looking at investments as a state in the following areas, looking at professional development, increasing that education awareness and that connectivity with other statewide and national initiatives. Also looking at increasing the number of workplace literacy and integrated education and training opportunities. Examining and expanding transitional employment points and shared partner performance and partnerships. One of those areas includes looking at those learners that are transitioning to or eligible to transition to post-secondary. How can we make that transition and that link greater and more stable for them? Also looking at statewide partnerships. We have a great working relationship at the statewide level with our Michigan Works Association, which is our workforce development partners, as well as all of the other titles under the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act and other statewide policy partners. Looking at other strategic funding investments to increase outcomes, really looking at transitional pathways and looking at a lot of the workplace literacy innovation. And then obviously investing in capacity building and supports. That would include technology investments to increase high flex learning, which is the asynchronous or synchronous learning opportunities we have available, as well as increasing staffing to increase the number of learners that are able to get their high school equivalency. We have about 3,500 students in our state who over the last several years have completed 3 of the 4 GED tests. And the last one, can you guess it? It's math. So how can we increase investments to get that population to completion and transition in their high school equivalency completion? Next slide, Michael.
So this year, as far as legislative support in the state of Michigan, our governor, Gretchen Whitmer, created a proclamation for Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, as well as celebrating a legislative champion. So last year, Gretchen Whitmer was actually our legislative champion. This year, we are highlighting one of our state representatives, Ben Frederick. Ben Frederick has been recognized for his advocacy for the Michigan Reconnect program, which has short-term training grants, that's a tongue twister, that would also allow learners new opportunities to participate in high quality career training programs. He has dedicated $100 million annual COVID relief funding for the expansion of Reconnect in the House's budget proposal for the fiscal year that begins next month. So we are celebrating these two, and they are celebrating adult education this week as well. Next slide. And then statewide, we are promoting AEFL Week on social media. So if you would like to join us, if you're joining us from across the state of Michigan, we have also, like many of the other states in the Midwest, have created a worksheet to engage with our learners and educators across the state of Michigan to celebrate why education is important to us. So if you'd like, you can either use that QR code or the bit.ly link that's on there, and then I'm also dropping that into the chat.
That's it from Michigan. We so appreciate you listening and taking time to listen. We appreciate the partnership, and I'll leave you with this acronym from last year that we shared. Adult Education in Michigan creates homes. That's the acronym we use to remember the Great Lakes. There's 5 of them: Huron, Ontario, Michigan, Erie, and Superior. And so adult education leaves those that are a part of it, whether as a participant or as participants, with homes. Hope, opportunity, meeting measurable skills, employment and training, as well as success. So thank you so much, and keep on rallying in support of adult education.
Thank you so much, Patrick, Carrie. Thank you, Michigan. And we're on to our last state, Kentucky, and I'm hoping that Donnie's in the house and Kentucky's in the house and can take this over here.
Yes, I'm here.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right, go for it.
Hello, my name is Donnie Osborne. I'm the SAFE Fellow for the Commonwealth of Kentucky and the Assistant Director of KEDC Adult Education, the 3rd largest adult education in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, providing services in 11 different counties. Yesterday, the Lieutenant Governor in the state Capitol Rotunda kicked off Adult Ed and Family Literacy Week. She referred to it as her favorite week because she's a former educator. The state offices is through Kentucky Adult Education. They facilitate through 26 fiscal agents operating in all 120 counties. This year, we are rebranding Adult Education, and we're also returning to the original mission of to provide services to all adults. with a focus on workforce education, the creation of IETs and workplace literacy programs. We are entering back into correctional education, operating adult ed services in all state correctional facilities, and our college preparatory and skills upgrade programs. GED diploma is the high school equivalency for the Commonwealth of Kentucky. And we just had a rollout of our intention to return to family literacy. And our ESL programs are operated. I think every program does have ESL services. Next slide, please. As we return from recovery for the pandemic, we've reimagined adult ed services. Our hybrid programs are still offered. We had 16,303 adults enrolled. That population was primarily high school equivalency seekers. Of those, 3,666 earned their GED diploma. But more significantly to me is that almost 11,000 had measurable skills increase. That's 67% of those enrolled. Next slide. And as we celebrate our strengths, we recognize the need that still exists. There are 75,000 adults who do not speak English well or at all. 330,000 working age adults without a high school credential. That number, the state's working hard to decrease. And at the presentation yesterday, the Lieutenant Governor said there's a desire to completely eradicate that number. One of the ways that we are addressing that is all programs have a college and career navigator, at least one full-time college and career navigator. That staff person's job is to help provide the services, address barriers, make connections, referrals to other agencies such as OVR or enrollment in post-secondary institutions. At KDC, one of our navigators is a former GED graduate who returned to school and continuing his life work to help adults return to college. Next slide, please. This week we have a few things planned with a focus on family literacy. Eastern Kentucky, which is where I'm joining this call from, was devastated recently by flooding, and a few programs in the area have tried to address that issue with book drives. In about half an hour, I'll be at one in the Ashland area where they've already distributed 200 books to local elementary schools, free public libraries, and residential treatment facilities. In the Big Sandy region, they have been collecting books, and they will distribute those throughout Pike and Floyd counties. Next slide. We are
Welcome back, everybody. This is Jeff Abramowitz, your host, and I want to give a big shout out to Michael Matos and his team. Invest in the Midwest. What a great project, great program. We really appreciate that you're joining us, and really super excited that we got a full afternoon. Next coming up is our research makes the case for adult education. Dr. Don Finn's going to be on, and our own Kristen Hempel. We're really excited about bringing them on. We're waiting for that to get started and launched, so hang in there for a little bit. We have a lot of our partners have been stopping by today at the Command Center. I want to give a shout out and thank you to all of them that have just jumped in and said stop by and share their support, some of the work that they're doing, to catch up with us, see us face to face. And again, it's all part of Adult Education Family Literacy Week. So really great for everybody to be part. And again, I know I got an email or a message coming through from Right Turn, our friends at Right Turn, saying they lost the feed. Yeah, it was kind of intentional. We want to make sure we cover a bunch of different projects and programs going on this week. So we got Dr. Don in the house from COABE, and he'll be on here in a minute. So we're going to give him an opportunity to share, and we're waiting for that meeting to start. So we'll be on there as soon as it launches up, but hang in there, everybody. And again, we're here at the Command Center in Washington, D.C., celebrating Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, and COABE is hosting this week. Really excited about all the activity going on. Definitely impactful hearing the stories of some of our learners. We just saw some great stuff happen when we talk about in the Midwest, and Michael did a great job at just coordinating all those states that were sharing out their success stories and their proclamations, and wow, just so impactful. But great job out there, and sorry we couldn't capture all of it. We got most of it, I think. So we're going to get to Dr. Don in a minute or two. So everybody hang in there, and as soon as we can, we're going to bring Dr. Don and Kristen Hempel on. So we'll be right back with our Command Center in Washington, D.C., celebrating Adult Education and Family Literacy Week.
So we're going to take just a little bit of time here to talk a little bit about the initiatives that both of us direct,
if you will, for COA, but also we're going to be joining forces here very soon. So it's a pleasure to be here. Kristen, I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to you.
All right. Well, thank you, Don. So I just wanted to talk for a few minutes about the importance of engaging adult learners. We need to do this for a variety of different reasons. One of the first ones I want to point out here is program improvement. Simply, our adult learners are the ones who know what they need better than we do. They know what's working for them, they know their communities and their neighbors, and they know what we can do to be better partners and to reach more learners. It's essential that our students, our learners, are at the table giving us that kind of 365 feedback so that we can continue to provide the most effective and efficient educational experiences for them. Next, transferable skills. When we engage our learners, they're learning things such as public speaking, collaboration, negotiation, teamwork, project planning. All of these are skills that transfer to and are valuable in both post-secondary education training, as well as in the workforce. Third, advocacy. Our learners' stories are an incredibly powerful way to share the importance of our programs and to demonstrate to funders and legislators the impact of adult education in our communities. Essentially, by centering student voice, we not only help our learners succeed, but we help our programs succeed and our business community succeed. Because of that, COABE has been supporting a Students as Leaders task force, and that task force has been focused on the following purpose: to develop and support adult education students and alumni in being leaders in their communities, advocating for their families, futures, and the field of adult education at the local, state, and federal levels. This task force is composed of board members, practitioners, and adult ed alumni. So keep your ears open for additional opportunities to perhaps participate in or collaborate with the Students as Leaders task force.
And by the way, Kristen, you've done an outstanding job of chairing that task force on behalf of COA.
Thank you. It's been a real honor. It's just an amazing group of individuals, and being able to help them put their ideas into reality has just been a real joy. So part of the focus of our work, it really came out of a lot of the work that we were doing with the Student Ambassador Program. So if you are not yet engaged in the Student Ambassador Program, I really encourage you to go ahead and reach out to us and find out how you, your program, your state can get involved. As you can see from the map right here, we already are active in 40 states across the country. So if your program is not involved, but your state is, reach out to us and we will make sure we connect you with the people in the state who are already doing this work. We really want to be able to support it throughout the country. We are doing this through a couple different methods. One is we had historically done in-person trainings, and we can continue to do those. We can do them hybrid, and we can do them online as well. So and in person. Then we have an app which will connect you to the ambassadors across the country after you have become an ambassador. And this is a great way to connect for advocacy and networking. So with our ambassador program, you can use our online training to do both hybrid, personalized, classroom-based, program-based, state-based. Pretty much we're flexible, and we're going to work with you to facilitate this program in the way that will work best for you and your learners. Through this additional work that we've done is we've trained people at the national conference. So that's another way to access this training. And we have at the conference a whole strand that is dedicated to our students as leaders. And we've offered over the past few years over 30, almost 40 different workshops and webinars really tailored to this kind of work. Additionally, we collaborate with the awards committee, and we support the Outstanding Learner of the Year selection process, which is always a thrilling task, to be sure. So I hope that you all are nominating some or have some ideas for learners you'd like to nominate for this upcoming session. You can, yeah. So some of the work that we have done in our recent activities have included, we've brought an alumni advisor to the board. We have moved forward throughout COAB to support a student keynote at the conference. We've expanded our student membership. We had a high of about 7,000. I'm looking to top that this year, Don. What do you think? Can we do it? We also, in support of this, have gone ahead and we said, you know what, having students with us is so important that we are going to make conference registration for students free. That is an incredible statement on behalf of COAB. And then we are going to include in the conference learner networking events, as well as these workshops, really doing all that we can to center the voice and provide opportunities and access. We also have the Program Succeed When Learners Lead Field Challenge and the incentive grant, which I'm going to talk a little bit more about in 1 second. But I just wanted to also underscore that COAB's commitment has gone beyond the things I've already mentioned to include things such as a Students as Leaders coordinator. So there is a staff member who is there to support the work that the field is doing, to help answer your questions, to help make those connections, to do things like I said in terms of tailoring some of the program delivery models, so that we can, again, be with you every step of the way and help bring forward best practices into the field. So when I'm looking at the program Succeed When Learners Lead, part of what we've been doing in this program is looking to how can we hold space for learners' voices and stories. And so we've done that not only through working to bring in stories through our social media, but there is a place on our website where you can submit learner success stories. Really encourage that you do that. We want to be able to highlight and really, shine a light on the amazing paths that our students have traveled and the lessons that we all have in there. We also have learners active in many of our webinars and panels, and I hope that you join us for some of the ones later this week that will really feature those stories and include whether it's our current students or our alumni advisor or others talking about their experience and where we're going from here. We also have funded innovative programming that can be replicated. So we had that incentive grant, and I'm really looking forward to having the presentation from that grant at the upcoming COAB conference. So again, I'm hoping to see you all with your learners at that conference. And then we are supporting a community-wide conversation through our journal. So the upcoming journal is going to be focused on Programs Succeed When Learners Lead. And again, that will be highlighting what programs are doing and how we can do it better. But we'll get to that a little bit later, Don, right? So I think those were my slides here. Yes.
Yeah, definitely. And thank you so much, Kristen. And you can feel the energy and enthusiasm, Kristen, with your commitment really to the project and to really highlighting adult learners. And so really COAB is very, very committed to telling the stories of adult learners and making sure that adult learners are highlighted in so much of what we do. And so one of the initiatives that we have currently is our Adult Education Alumni Study. This study, it has been under development for some time now. We actually we conceptualized this a while back, and during the fall and winter of 2021, we actually went through and developed a questionnaire for adult education alums. We worked with different leaders in the field, program managers, and we even ran it by various teachers and so on to make sure that we were asking questions that were that would really draw out the stories of adult learners, their successes, their victories, how adult education has really helped them. And we also were looking at the not only the accuracy of the questions, the readability of the questions, and so on. So it was a team process. We had folks helping us really from across the country to ensure that we have a solid questionnaire together. So we ran a pilot study in the spring of 2022, and we actually had a total of around 80 adult education alums. 63 of those were female, 18 were male. And what was interesting is that 62% of the alums who participated in the field study were less than a year out of their adult education programs. So they're very new, very recent graduates of adult education programs, and having achieved a marker that they had set for themselves, whether it was whether it was GED or high school equivalency, whether it was English language learning, whether it was workplace, and so on. There are many different goals that the individual learners had stated that they had in this pilot study. But still, if you look, 70% total were less than a year up to 2 years out of the program. So many recent graduates. And actually, I'm going to take you to our website real quick. We do have on our website, if you go to coabe.org, you can find the more information about the Adult Education Alumni Study, which is located right on this page here. We do thank the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and also Essential Education for their support of this study as we've gone through and as we have developed it. But we are looking for local programs to actually sign up and to participate as a partner, and are also looking for students who can enroll directly from the website to participate in this study. So we certainly hope that folks will do that. Again, if you go to coabe.org, you will find it. Actually under the. You just do the search for the alumni study. Okay, next slide. So a few more things. Looking at the alumni study, we had 37 who reported as being full-time employed. All of them were employed to some degree or another. But 37 were full-time, 18 were part-time. We had another 12 who were self-employed. And then we had others who communicated that they had multiple part-time jobs or a full-time and a part-time job. So we did have a variety of different options for people to report. We also asked them what were the reasons for participating in adult education. And again, 32 of the 80 or so reported GED or high school equivalency, 29 to improve English. And there are many other options that were there. Many of them did report that they wanted to improve their skills that were job related, but even others said that they wanted to help their children or family members with school. They wanted to become more engaged in community activities. So there were a lot of different reasons that were provided. And actually, we're hoping to publish a white paper on the initial study, on the findings of this pilot study that we will publish hopefully by the end of the year. But the early data, I'm sorry?
Looking forward to that.
Yeah. But the early data is really showing some very interesting trends for sure. So as Kristen mentioned, the COABE Journal is another project. We are actually joining forces and collaborating. And so this is a cover shot of our current journal focusing on learning differences. And if you haven't had a chance to check that out, we definitely encourage you to go to coabe.org and you can click right on the journal link there. The Learning Differences edition is one that we've had contributors from across the country talking about various learning differences and methods for working with students from various backgrounds, various abilities, and so on. But we're really excited to talk about the current edition that's coming out. In fact, an e-blast is going to be coming out from COABE in about 45 minutes. That is going to provide everybody a link to the fall 2022 special edition, which is Lessons from the Pandemic, Voices from the Field. This particular edition, I'm going to click on the link here. This particular edition is actually going to be part of our larger edition that focuses on lessons from the pandemic. And but this special edition has a green cover, and you can see here as I scroll through that we have a table of contents here that actually features and highlights 9 reflection pieces that were submitted by journal contributors. Now, the nice thing is that we determined that to recognize Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, that it would be a nice gesture, I suppose, to give everybody access to this. So again, that link is going out very soon so that you have access to this free edition. It's a PDF file, and feel free to download the articles, to print them and so on. But you can see here the various titles, how COVID-19 unmade the myth of the self-made learner, COVID-19 correctional education and serendipity, to my student who is also a mother, embracing the benefits of virtual programming, and zooming past the pandemic. So these are just some of the articles that we're offering in this special edition, and we're really excited for folks to see that, because one of the initiatives, or one of the areas of focus with our journal now since 2017 has been to ensure that not only are we providing relevant research articles, but that we're also providing works that take the research and make them practical, and also have the opportunity for folks to share. Now, what's interesting is that in a regular edition, if you will, of the COABE Journal, we'll usually have a couple, maybe 3 reflection pieces, but we really encourage folks to provide reflection pieces to really speak practitioner to practitioner about overcoming the challenges that the COVID-19 pandemic presented so many. So we're very proud. We're very proud of that edition. And as Kristen mentioned, we have an upcoming edition that is focusing on programs succeed when learners lead. We're focusing on student leadership, and particularly we're looking at student leadership within programs. If you go to the COABE website at coabe.org and click on the journal link, you will see the link to submit an article. Now, we are accepting articles through early October. We're accepting submissions.
Weeks left.
Again?
A few weeks left, right?
There's a few weeks left, and what I was going to say is that if folks want to, if folks have an idea and you might need a little bit more time, go ahead and send an email to the address there. We could possibly provide some extension, but we have had a very, very positive response to the to this call for articles. So with that, I'm going to say thank you, and going to go ahead and open it up if we have any questions at all. And Kristen, in the meantime, is there anything else that you'd like to share? Anything we missed?
I would just like to do one more plug for our student ambassador program. We have trained over, well, almost 260 students across the country. And these students really have become fantastic advocates for their programs. They are trained on how to tell their story in order to highlight the transformative power of adult education, to identify and use data to support their cases, and how to work with the team to negotiate and to strategically engage people in power. So if you have not reached out, please do so. It really will make a difference for both your learners and for your program.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. That's a great point, Kristen. Thank you for that. Also, just let me go back and I will share my screen one more time to show you the area of the website, the COABE website, where you can submit your article. You can learn a little bit more about the call for articles here. So if you go to coabe.org and you can just click on COABE Journal and then the drop down for the submit an article. And we have the information there that focuses in on what we're looking for. We're looking for submissions, and this is going to be published in spring. In fact, it's going to be published in coordination with our national conference in Atlanta in early April. So you definitely want to check that out as well. But you can see the write-up here that's looking for the types of articles that we are looking for, and particularly focusing on various topics. Here are some suggested topics as well. So again, you can scroll down through that. A couple of things to point out too, I'm going to go up just a little bit, is that we do have author guidelines, and we also have a journal style guide that we want to be sure that you're looking at before you submit your works. And you can click on the submissions guidelines for a little bit more information, which are down here. And we have different instructional practices, original research, theory to practice, innovative and effective integration, and then reflection and review essays as well. So you can go to submit an article, and it will provide a drop down for you there as well, where you can upload your articles.
And I'd like to underscore that we're looking at leadership in all of its formats, right? So we're looking at student leadership in the classroom, we're looking at it in your program, in your community. But so we want people to cast a wide net and really share both the practices and the procedures that have been put into place to support and develop and sustain these kinds of activities, as well as reflections on the impact, or research and data on the impact. So we're looking at the whole spectrum here, and really excited to hear what's happening and all the creative ways that you all are doing it throughout the country.
Absolutely. And well, with that, it looks like we're near the end of our time. So I want to thank everybody for joining in. And again, if you have any questions about the COABE Journal in particular, we have an email link where you can send questions. But we definitely encourage folks to take a look at the submission guidelines. And if there are other areas that we have specific calls for articles that go out, and different themes that we have. We publish the journal 2 times per year, according to different themes. So if you're interested in that, just stay tuned for that. If you're not already a part of our email system, you definitely want to get on board with that, so that you receive our e-blasts, where we have a lot of helpful information that comes out about various COABE initiatives and so on. So anyway, with that, Kristen, thank you so much for tag teaming with me on this, and we thank everybody for tuning in.
Thanks. Can't wait to hear from you all.
Yeah, take care.
Beyond the adolescent years, Governor Kristi Noem proclaimed this week Adult Education and Family Literacy Week in South Dakota. Leah Burgraff went to one local learning center to see how they aid in continuing education for adults.
More than 40,000 adults in South Dakota do not have a high school diploma or equivalency. And by 2024, 48% of jobs nationally will require at least that.
That means that we have got to fill some educational gaps.
Stephanie Rittenberger is the program coordinator at the Career Learning Center of the Black Hills. Here, they focus on adult learners with English as a second language, GED preparation, and adult basic education.
Those focus on literacy skills, digital literacy, math, and reading skills. The other thing that we really do is help people to brush up to go to college. So if students have not taken an AccuPlacer yet, or maybe have taken an AccuPlacer and would go into classes that are not credit bearing, we try to make sure that we're ensuring that they're going to pass into classes that won't eat up their federal financial aid.
Rittenberger believes adult education is important for many reasons, including low-skilled adults are twice as likely to be unemployed, 8 times more likely to be incarcerated, and 3 times more likely to live in poverty.
We need to make sure that it's very inclusive for those struggling in the crisis of poverty, those students who are in different minorities, and that we're making sure that they have access to the kinds of learning that they need to help them upskill and be ready for the jobs that are going to be available.
The center works with students to set up programs related to their interests, increase their skill levels, and put their best foot forward. Rittenberger is grateful to have a week dedicated to adult education because it's never too late to learn something new.
You are investing in your own human capital, and it's a great investment to make because futuristically, all it's going to do is help you to improve the situation you're currently in, and hopefully it helps you to find a career that you love and enjoy and find some passion in instead of just a job.
Reporting for Dakota Territory News, I'm Leah Burgraff.
So we are back, and we have another another great guest coming on. I want to give a shout out to the great work being done across the country. If you are on a local newscast, or if you've captured some video with a state legislator or federal legislator during the week, please share it with us. We'd be glad to give it some space in our command center and pump it out there. Stephanie Rittenberger just sent us a video from a local news station that did a piece today, and we welcome getting some attention to that and getting it out there. So we have Louisa Maida coming on next, and she's from Farmington Adult ESL. So we're going to just bring her right on because we have ESL is an important part of adult education. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. I want to make sure I say your name correctly, so give it to me, the proper pronunciation.
It's Luciana.
Luciana.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful name.
Thank you.
Awesome. So how are you? And welcome to our command center in Washington in celebration of Adult Education Week. And I'm just curious, why don't you tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do, and a little bit about Farmington Adult ESL.
Currently, I work at Farmington Adult ESL program in Michigan. I'm a teacher assistant in the beginners class, and the main teacher often asks me to fill in and teach the class. This class is for beginners, so our students have 0 to low levels of English. Most of them are new to the U.S., so first and foremost, I try to make them feel welcome in our community, and then we teach them basic English, started from greetings and then into how to introduce themselves, and on to more difficult material such as making appointment, making a doctor's appointment, or talking to their children's teachers. Our program has 3 levels. So we have beginners, we have intermediate, and then we have advanced. We also offer a CTE, that's career training education, for those who already have advanced level of English. And we connect them to Michigan Works so they can take necessary trainings for them to be able to get a job.
Wow, it sounds like first great work, and I'm curious. So first of all, I have to disclaimer for the public. I have a love for Michigan because I used to live in Detroit and for a while, and practiced law for a little bit out in Southfield, Michigan, and it's not too far from Farmington, so pretty close to you guys. But how did you get started in this?
I'm originally from Indonesia. I came to the U.S. in 2013. And it was in my 4th year that I finally know that there is such program as ESL. So I joined them. I was in advanced class for 2 semesters, and then I graduated from the program, and they allowed me to volunteer in the class to help other students, because there's so many students but not enough teachers. And then 2 years ago, they opened the opportunity to be a teacher assistant, so here I am.
Wow, congratulations. That's remarkable. How do you like teaching?
Oh, I really enjoy it because I've been in their shoes. I know how hard it is to learn English, with weird pronunciation and difficult rules. So it's great to share experience with them. Also, because I relocated here, so I started from scratch again with the new cultures while supporting my family and my children with the schools, and everything was new for us. So, yeah.
So difficult. And the challenging part, we've been talking a lot about this. The challenging part isn't just as being a student. It's not just learning the material, right? It's also running a family, making sure food's on the table, and that you have a roof over your head, and all those other things that go along. It's life in general, right? Is all part of it. And that's pretty challenging. So give it to me. You've been doing this for a little bit now. Give me a success story. Is there something that you cling to, and every time you're having a tough day, you think back of that success story that maybe you'd like to share with us?
Well, for me personally, the school nominated me for Michigan Adult Community and Alternative Education Support Person of the Year. And
Wow.
I won that award last year for 2021, 2022. So yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank
That's a
you.
huge accomplishment.
Thank you. Yeah, I have to thank my program manager for nominating me for that.
Wow, that's just awesome. So, can you share with us a little bit of what are some of the challenges that you see ESL learners having that are going through your classes? What are some of the basic challenges that they face?
The basic challenges is that this is their second language. Their first language, they can converse freely, and they were accomplished people back in their home country. They're teachers, they nurse, they have master's degree and everything, but they come here and they learn from start over again this new language, and then they have to conquer this barrier before they can fully function in their community. So yeah, that was sometimes they feel ashamed because they knew so much, but they couldn't express it in English. And for most of our students, most of them are mothers. So one of their barrier is childcare. And Farmington Adult ESL is one of the few programs that does offer childcare. So yeah, parents can learn English while their children also learn English.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, we don't realize and recognize enough that we have to sort of bend a little bit and meet our students where they are to kind of chip away at those barriers. And daycare happens to be one of the biggest challenges for getting moms, single moms and dads into the classroom, right?
Yes.
COVID's helped a little bit virtually because we're able to do some of it virtually, but there's nothing like a face-to-face meeting with a client or student to sit down and help them navigate some of those challenges.
Yes.
Yeah. You have a large audience that's listening, and they're I think some of them might be wondering, like what advice would you give other ESL instructors that are out there?
It's just like you said, just try to meet them where they are. And in the case of our ESL student, we know that once they get out of the class, they don't use English in their daily lives. So we try to engage them and encourage them to speak as much English as possible while they have the opportunity in our program.
Wow, that's super. So if we wanted to get some more information about the work you do and in particular the great work that's being done at Farmington Adult ESL, how can we reach your organization?
It's through our program manager. Yeah,
okay.
It's Suzanne .Nicholson at fpsk12.net.
Awesome.
Yeah, okay. And you can also search it under Farmington Public School District Adult ESL.
I love it. Awesome. So, if you had one thing that you could wish for your ESL students, what would that be?
Yes, that they can do it. That it's really worth it to learn this difficult new language because it really opens more opportunity, in terms of jobs and just to improve their quality of life here in the U.S.
Awesome. Well, we're so grateful that you were able to spend some time with us today and jump in to the conversation during Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. ESL plays such an important part in helping get our our country educated and skilled and back to work and all those pieces. So, and congratulations to you. Obviously, you're making change happen. You're making a difference, and that's an amazing thing. So, thank you for joining us today, and we hope that you'll be a role model for ESL students and instructors across the country that are jumping in and doing this work. So it's great seeing you. And again, if you want to reach out, just I would check out Farmington Adult ESL, and if you Google it, I'm sure it'll pop up, and you can see some of the great work being done in Farmington, Michigan. So thanks again for joining us. And from the Command Center here in Washington, D.C., we're going to be back shortly, and our next event is going to be one that I'm hosting, and it's through Links. And it is about correction and reentry education, and we're going to be talking about what's going on in the country today when we talk about correctional reentry education, behind the walls and beyond the walls. So we're going to have Danielle Cox with us. We're going to have some super rock stars across the country that are going to be joining us today. So I'm hoping you'll be able to jump in and watch it. We'll be podcasting it on this stream, as well as you'll be able to watch it through the Links Network. So we'll be back shortly. And again, if you have anything going on you want us to know about, we look forward to you jumping in and joining us. Just send us your video, your email, and we'd love to have you on as a guest. And thanks, everybody. We'll be back in a minute. we're live on our podcast. So, hey, everybody, we're about 2 minutes out, 3 minutes out. Just want to give everybody a heads up that we are podcasting this and streaming it from the Command Center for Adult Education and Family Literacy Week in Washington, D.C. And we're excited to be here participating in this event with Lynx, a great partnership. So thank you, Danielle Cox, for joining us today. How are you, Danielle?
Good to be here.
Good to have you. Good to have you here. And Gary's going to be running our tech end from behind the scenes. He'll be moving our slides for us today. So we have about 2 minutes left. So we're going to go back in the holding room and we'll bring everybody on live in a few minutes.
Notice while he's trying to figure out his camera.
I have no idea what that is.
I think, do you have your camera, is there a camera like pointing the other way? Or is it just a front facing camera on your, what do you call it? Tablet?
I'm not sure that's me. Oh, that's the camera on my tablet. Can you still see me?
No.
Just a picture, and then the other one says your name.
How about now?
There you are. There
All right,
you are.
we're good. Let's go.
Got it. I'm going to go ahead and stop my video. I'll kick things off, turn it over to you, Jeff. And before I do any of that, let me turn on the transcript, enable it.
Sounds good.
All right.
Jeff, the other camera just says your name. I don't know if you want it to be showing something or not.
It's okay.
Okay. All right. I'm bringing everybody in, and then I'll kick it over to you, Jeff. Okay. Good morning or afternoon, depending on your location. I want to thank you for joining today's Links event for Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, the state of adult education behind and beyond our prison walls and what we can all do to make it better. My name is Gary Gonzalez. I'll be providing any technological assistance should you need it. Before I turn things over to our moderator, Jeff Abramowitz, I'm going to quickly review some logistics around how I'll be handling questions. First, since we have a number of people in, I'm going to ask that you type in any questions that you have or comments into the chat. We'll be monitoring the chat throughout today's event, and we'll flag any questions for Jeff or Danielle that we're going to take. I also want to point out that you can use that chat. If you do experience any technology issues, let me know. I'll help troubleshoot. We are not recording today's event, but you can download the chat log from the 3 dots at the bottom right hand. It looks like an ellipses. If you mouse over and left click that option, there's the option to save the chat log. So you can do that at any point throughout today. All right, having gone through all that, I'd like to now turn things over to Jeff Abramowitz. He is the moderator for the Correctional and Reentry Education Community Practice for Links. Jeff, take it away.
Thank you, Gary. Thanks for having me, everybody. It's great to be here. We're here celebrating Adult Education and Family Literacy Week here in Washington, D.C. We're in the command center here at and been hosted by COABE, the Coalition on Adult Education, and we have a great program for you today. I'm here with my co-host today and good friend Danielle Cox. Danielle, you want to say hello?
Hello, everybody. Danielle Cox. I am on the COABE board and the Prison Literacy Committee chair. I am also the Director of Correctional Post-Secondary Education for the Maryland Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services. Glad to be
Thanks,
here.
Danielle. She's going to be driving this bus with me today, and really excited about the discussion for the next hour. We also have some superstars on the line today, so it's going to be very interactive. I am definitely going to be calling on some people out there that I asked to join in today that are going to be participating in the discussion. And this is a first for me, because not only is this broadcast being given through Links, and which is through the Community of Practice on Correctional and Reentry Education, and we have a bunch of our Links family on here. So hi, everybody. But it's also being podcasted and streamlined in partnership with the Coalition on Adult Education across the country in celebration of Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. So we're super excited about that. And let's get to it. So today we're going to have a welcome, just a short welcome. We're going to go through some discussion questions and talk about adult education and literacy behind our prison walls and beyond our prison walls. We'll talk about some resources that Links has on it in its network, and so as well as COABE. And then we're going to be talking about how you can get more active in the Links community. So Gary, you can move the slides. Thank you. So take a minute and introduce yourself in the chat box. 3 words, my 3 words, why adult literacy is so important in the justice setting. So my 3 words, if you can take a second, just put your 3 words in there. I think everybody has a passion when it comes to adult literacy, and a lot of our educators and administrators that are on the phone today, as well as students that are on the phone as well, or on the program today. So throw in your 3 words and we'll take a look and see what some of us, what they've been talking about. And we got better life afterwards, equity, access, and choices. How you put them in 3 words, I know is hard. Welcome, everybody. Some great 3 words. I love it. I love it. Good stuff. Well, welcome. Let's get to it. Let's get right to kicking it in. Shannon, next slide. There you go. So today's purpose is really Adult Education and Family Literacy Week happens once a year, and it raises public awareness about the need for the value of education and family literacy. The goal is to increase financial and societal support and access to basic education across the U.S. for men and women that have low literacy, numeracy, and digital skills. Advocates from across the country today are taking this opportunity to elevate adult education and family literacy nationwide. They're meeting with policymakers, they're meeting with mayors and governors, and they're meeting with the media. We saw a great clip that somebody just sent in that was on the news this afternoon, and they're meeting with the community. Today, we're going to be exploring the importance of adult education and adult literacy for people that have been injustice impacted, those people behind our prison walls and jail walls, and also those that have come home from this journey. We're also going to be talking about the impact of education has on their families and we're going to be talking to some great people that have been through this, have some lived experience, and going to be sharing with us today. So thanks, CoAIB, and let's get right to this, links, and let's start just diving in. And Danielle, I'm going to have you lead us off a little bit, because what does adult education in the correctional reentry setting look like today? And boy, has it changed since COVID. But why don't you tell us a little bit about what that looks like?
So looking back pre-COVID, right, getting any sort of technology behind the fence took a lot of work, right? There were some states that were miles ahead of other states in that regard. But since COVID has happened, God forbid it took a pandemic for this to happen, but we've seen a drastic change in correctional settings and correctional leadership now looking at technology not as something that will hinder or cause issues, but as something that will seriously be able to get our incarcerated persons behind the fence what they need to be able to succeed outside the fence. That has been the most drastic change that we have seen over the recent years. And it was a long time coming. I know CoAIB has fought for it. Local leaders at every level have fought for it. We still need to continue because I know there's still some states that are still holding back a little bit. But for the most part, I think that everybody is at least inching into looking at how we can get the technology in that in the correctional setting. And then how can we take and ensure that they use it once outside the fence, right? You know, we're seeing tablets coming in, we're seeing laptops coming in, Chromebooks. Every state is different as to what they're using. But I would say that if you are not in that realm yet, talk to other states, get involved, ask questions, and then go to your leadership and I don't want to say beg, but I know in Maryland, we basically begged. We said, hey, look at Massachusetts, look at California, look at these states that have it and have no issues and no problems. Why can't we be like them? Do your research. And then in addition, another thing that I see that has changed that states are trying to do, COVID has really cost us, but mentally and physically, as educators, as family members. And I think one of the things that we took for granted as leaders was the mental health of our staff. We looked at our population, right, and what they needed, but not really what our staff truly needed. And I think a lot of states are now looking at that to see what can we do to help our staff, not just with professional development for their job, but really for whatever mental health concerns that they have also.
Yeah, so thanks, Danielle. That's so important. I just want to call on you 1 second to, CoAIB, you guys for the Prison Literacy Committee on CoAIB went and did a study and a survey about what's happened during COVID and the impact COVID has had on the correctional reentry setting. Can you just share a little bit about what those findings were?
Absolutely. So the survey went out and for teachers, educators, principals, post-secondary, people who are in colleges that come behind the fence, just a wide variety of people answered that survey from 43 different states. Primarily what we saw, we asked questions about like, how prepared were you for the pandemic? For the most part, everyone said either slightly prepared or not prepared at all. How effective were you at different stages of the pandemic? We saw that mostly, there was a that were created and sent back to the returning citizens, or a hybrid, either virtual and then in-person and packets setting, those that were able to get technology behind the fence during the pandemic. Now, for the most part, that was happening if they already had the technology behind the fence. We also saw that a good amount of money was put towards infrastructure for technology. That increased dramatically during the pandemic. One of the things that we saw was prior to the pandemic, when it came to technology, there was little to no buy-in, especially from teachers who have been there for a while, who thought that maybe this was taking over my job, right? They had to be told that, that's not the case. It is a tool to help you, never going to replace you. So the buy-in when it came to technology grew as the pandemic went on. We saw where the student enrollment varied significantly with changes in funding too. There was a lot of issues with staff satisfaction. We asked a question about how satisfied were you with your job during the pandemic. What we saw was it went from very satisfied before the pandemic to not satisfied at all as we came out of pandemic last year. And then many people wrote about, like I said, about mental health concerns that they weren't looked at. It was all about the returning citizens and nothing about how they were feeling and doing. And just to let you know, myself and Margaret Pattison, who's also on the committee, did write an article for the upcoming COABE journal here that will be in the fall. So if you are interested in hearing about the results of that survey, and we wrote about how we can take those results to really improve what is going on behind the fence, gave you some ideas on how to use that to go to your state leadership. If you're interested, please look forward to that in the next journal.
Awesome. Thanks, Danielle. Garrett, can we hit the next slide? There you go. So why is adult education so important in the correctional reentry setting? And what impact does adult ed have on justice impacted individuals? I want to bring on, and if you can unmute yourself and come on, Coach Alyssa Smedley is doing some amazing work across the country. And I wanted for her, if she could jump on and share a little bit about the work she's doing and take a stab at the impact that adult education is having in the justice setting. Alyssa, can you join us?
Yes, can you hear me?
There you go. Welcome, welcome.
Awesome.
I actually just had you on so we could see your smile today.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
So I'm so glad to be here because this topic is very personal for me. I've spent the last 10 years working behind the wall, mostly on the workforce development side. But as you know, it's all under the umbrella because the job ties into the life skills, ties into everything. So in particular, the reason this is so important, and I can share this from personal experience, many of the educational opportunities that our men and women get behind the wall were not available when they were in the community. My own father went to prison at 27 years old, and he was given a 15-year to life sentence. But before that, his family had moved 12 times, and he ended up dropping out of high school in 10th grade. So there was never any academic stability in order for him to thrive. He was a smart kid, but there was never that stability. So going inside first, after he got over the depression of his future that looked so awful, he earned his equivalency. Eventually, he earned his degree. And that was such a game changer. And by the grace of God, he was released after the 15 years and came out and got a job. He became a national sales rep for a company, and it was very lucrative. He had a very happy ending. But had he not had those educational opportunities, he would have come home after 15 years, probably in a worse state than before he went in. And that's just being very honest. Adult education, particularly behind the wall, is important. But also, while he was inside, my mom earned her GED, went to community college, and ultimately went on and earned her master's degree. And we talk about how education literally changed the trajectory of our lives. It did. So I can't speak highly enough about it. It's so, so valuable.
Thanks, Coach Smedley. So can you just share a little bit about the work you do now?
Yes. Well, pre-COVID, I was actually behind the wall, but then the civilians got sent home. So now I'm a consultant. Many of you on this call, I see some familiar names. You've seen me at conferences. I fly all over the country, helping others, particularly educators, learn how to increase classroom engagement. Now, my background prepared me to understand the folks I work with, but you don't have to have had, as tragic a childhood as I had. There are certain tools and strategies that you can pick up that will help you connect with your audience. And that's what I teach. I'm always at CEA conferences and MASCA, and I've done a few COABE conferences as well.
I love it. Coach Melly, thank you so much for joining us today. You definitely are an inspiration. And this is why, adult educators across the country, especially in the correctional and reentry space, we know they're not making a fortune when they do this work. This work is about passion. It's about purpose. And Alyssa has both the passion and the purpose in the work that she does. And the kudos goes out to all the correctional educators that are on this call and that are doing the work across the country, because it is yeoman's work. It's hard. You're often in classrooms where everyone's at a different educational level. Sometimes they're at the third level. Sometimes they can't read or write at all. And sometimes they're at the college level. So understanding that how to work a classroom and work through and navigate some of the challenges in the correctional setting, because security is the #1 issue. And yet there's so much more that has to be done. I do want to take a pause here for a second and also mention that Danielle Cox mentioned digital literacy and the importance of digital literacy. We're going to get some people on in a minute to talk about that, the importance of it. That we recently saw the enactment of the Digital Equity Act. And one of the call outs in the Digital Equity Act is specifically for jails and prisons across our country to implement digital access and broadband access inside our prisons and jails. And that truly is a game changer. While we've had some movement and tablets going inside, digital literacy is the one thing that is really missing across our country inside of our prisons and jails, and really looking forward to the next year of planning and thinking about how we can begin to implement some of the great programming that's going on to help men and women prepare them better for when they come out. So there's some other people on the call. I wanted to call out about the great work that they're doing. And one person on here, Emma, if you're on, Emma Sindelar from the PD Green program. Emma, can you just join us for a minute? I want you to share a little bit about the work that PD Green is doing, because it's so important when we talk about adult education.
Absolutely. Hi, Jeff. Thanks for having me. Hi to everyone here. So I work for the PD Green program. We are a nonprofit organization that recruits and trains volunteers to tutor people who are incarcerated or recently released from prison, or prisons or jails throughout the Northeast. So we have offices and programs from Rhode Island and Massachusetts all the way down to the DC area, and have several volunteers going, or hundreds of volunteers going in each week to support students working on their GED, working on adult basic education, whatever it is that they're working towards. And our goal ultimately is to also provide kind of a continuum of educational support, both working with people while they're inside and providing that one-on-one tutoring support, which is so important to all of our educational experiences, and also then providing that support on the outside as well, whether a friendly face or at least a friendly organization for that warm handoff, in order to support their reentry journey as well as their educational pursuits. Once they're out, when there are so many other competing priorities, understandably, after coming out. And something that we've also found that's really important, particularly to Danielle's point, being the technology changes that have happened inside, and the benefits that those technology opportunities can provide, but also the fact that technology alone does not replace the human contact, whether that's teachers or even tutor support as well, to help a student progress through that customized curriculum on the technology.
Awesome. It's great stuff that PD Green's doing. The importance of one-on-one tutoring, I just think can't be underemphasized. We know that oftentimes men and women that are incarcerated often did not have very good experiences in the classroom setting, and often maybe didn't finish high school or even grade school sometimes. And having that one-on-one support, that one-on-one tutoring can be so vital and so crucial to the success of navigating a classroom and taking a test, for example. I know test anxiety is a big thing, and being coached through it. And I also want to recognize the issue of it's not just behind the walls. And I was wondering if you might be able to share a little bit. During COVID, obviously wreaked havoc across the country and in many ways, but it also forced organizations to pivot a little bit. Can you explain a little bit about how PD Green, which was totally one-on-one at one point, how they pivoted during COVID?
Yeah, absolutely. So, along with the technology that we've all had to become comfortable with, we have adapted to virtual tutoring where we weren't able to get inside, and worked with educational departments within the prisons and jails where we do have partnerships to, Zoom in if possible, to provide other, through kind of the chats that sometimes are approved through tablets or other platforms inside, to be able to still support students and get to access them. And similarly, as we worked in reentry during the pandemic, virtual tutoring and Zoom was certainly a benefit and something that we've actually found, may not be going away, particularly for students who do have so many commitments in their life during reentry, where education is something that they're trying to fit in amongst, housing, family, all of the other things that, employment, et cetera. That virtual tutoring is actually, where there's not travel back and forth, but you meet with your tutor on a screen and work through the academic work that you're focused on, is actually a benefit. So as we kind of all continue to figure out what our new normal is, and what we're going to keep and what we'd like to go back to, that's something we're thinking a lot about is, what benefits of technology that we learned over the past couple of years that we can continue to integrate, while again, not losing that in person or at least one-to-one relationship.
Awesome, great stuff. Emma, thank you for stopping in today. We appreciate you, especially during Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, where it's so important to get our tutors and our community involved. So many volunteers volunteer for PD Green organization. So I'm grateful that they're at the forefront of helping people get smarter and into career opportunities. So thanks for that, Emma. I know we also have we have a bunch of people on the call today, and I'm open. If you have something you want to add or chime in, please feel free, unmute yourself and jump in the pool. You're welcome to. So many parts of adult education and correctional reentry setting are challenging, but one is the recognition that when an individual goes to prison or jail, that also their family goes as well. And families are impacted directly when mom or dad are away. And we need to do a better job at how we can support the family through education. And sometimes, and I remember for those that are on the call, I've been justice impacted. I did some time in the federal system. But one of the things I did was I my daughter was reading a book on the outside and I was reading it on the inside. And we were able to communicate and talk through the books that we read together. And there's a lot of different ways of doing that, linking families back together through education for those that are justice impacted. And I'm hoping that people will give that some thought of how best to do it and maybe integrate that in some of the program work that you do. Let's go to the next slide, Gareth. So what are the benefits of educating men and women behind our prison walls when they return home? And what is that return on investment? There are many, and the reality is that quantifying it is often a deep challenge, but it is very apparent when people come home. Just taking one class inside of the walls of a prison or jail, you're 43% less likely to go back to prison or jail. So that's a really obvious benefit. So the financial benefit of not going back and stopping that prison pipeline, the revolving door, is really important. I wonder, Danielle, if you want to jump in on that a little bit and share a little about what you think the return on investment might be and what we're seeing as far as when people are coming home and taking those classes.
So I would say, one of the obvious things is if they're educated and then can come out and get a job, that not only affects their, general well-being and ability to pay for what they need, but also for their family, right? In addition, I will always remember when I was in the classroom teaching, I had a student come to me and almost with tears in his eyes saying that if he had had teachers like us when he was actually in high school, he never would have left school, right? So even that emotional return, right? That ability to trust educators, and to be able to have that kind of relationship that they want to be able to talk to us and ask questions and be able to then, be with their family more and open with their family. One of the things that we do in Maryland, the Maryland Department of Labor has reentry navigators. So they will, during the reentry classes, come behind the fence, meet with those who are returning home soon, typically within 120 days, to see what their needs are post-release. What kind of education did they get behind the fence? Did they get a degree from college? Did they take CTE certification? So then what do they want to do then once they get out? Then what happens is once they get out, they come to the American Job Center, meet up with a reentry navigator who then helps them with those goals, right? So not only are we educating them inside, right? They are then making that connection outside so that they can continue down that path to having a income that will help them succeed on the outside. Also, if you have students who are going through this and then talking to their family about it, often you will see family members kind of get on the boat, right? And go to school also and see that if they can do it, maybe I can do it too. And they're able to kind of champion the effect of education on their lives and how that maybe they can use that then to help others in their family also. So that's one thing that I think of when I think of return on investment.
Yeah, so the return on investment is so varied and oftentimes immeasurable. I'll give you why. When someone comes home from incarceration or jail, they often will get a job and start on that career pathway. They'll get their high school equivalency, maybe go post-secondary, go into college. And with the Pell Grant window, we're going to see more and more of that as in January as it opens back up. But the reality is that when they get stable and they start advancing, their 5-year-old who now is wearing new sneakers and goes to school with a warm jacket in the winter and a full belly and is there for parent-teacher conference, those kinds of things motivate their young children to want to go to school and be successful and find that career of their own. And that just is something that is so difficult to measure a return on investment. I think we look at it and we can recognize the obvious. If you don't go back inside, you're saving some money in our justice system. We spend $20 billion in our criminal justice system every year in our prison systems. So you're saving some money there. You're also putting money into the economy because they're working and providing jobs and labor. And we'll talk about that in a second. And then, and so those are kind of more the obvious things, but the inobvious, the intangible that we have a hard time putting numbers on are those things like our children and our family and our impact. And those are things that I really hone in on and look to. And one day we'll figure out a good way of really quantifying that. Carrie mentioned the effect is ripple. Yeah, for sure. Carrie, I don't know if you want to jump in to talk about that a little bit, but it's a super point. We also have Dr. Herman on the line too. So I call him the father of correctional education. Dr. Herman, I hope if you want to join us and say hello and share a little bit about the work that you do, I think that would be awesome. May or may not be able to.
See.
How are you, Dr. Herman?
Hey, how's everybody?
We're good. We're good. I just wanted you to say hello. We've worked together over the years, and I was hoping you might be able to share your insight on the impact that education has on people that are justice impacted.
Oh, it's the best thing that ever happened. We're their last stop. They've been rejected all their life, and we're the end stop. When they come to us, we do the therapy, the counseling, the mentoring, the eldership, everything that they missed in life. We're the ones that become. It's a blessing. It's knowledge, information, and insight. I see a difference in years of work. So we have almost 50 years. Seen several not come out. Understand when I first started back in the 70s. and the power was different with that population. In the 80s, early 90s, was an influx of mental illness and behavioral disorders. So that's what we're faced with now versus the population in the 70s. So if you're working in corrections now, do as much study as mental illness, substance abuse, behavioral disorder. If you understand that, working with this population is very easy. If you don't understand it, your job is going to be because they really are looking for guidance and direction and support. That's all I can say.
I love it.
That's one job. Say we're the last stop. And it's one of the inspirations. And I'm thankful.
Dr. Herman, thank you so much. Yeah, thanks, Dr. Herman. You're an inspiration. I know you've been doing this work for a long time. And the one thing that we know is that you've been able to really support other educators across the country that are doing this work, and definitely have seen the change over the years. And every time I see you, we kind of talk a little bit about how things are changing every day, and we appreciate the work you're doing. Adult educators are a breed in and of themselves. There's a passion, often working in difficult environments and doing great work, but changing lives at a point where people really need them. You had a line, Dr. Herman, just said, we are the last stop, and we are. For many men and women, adult education inside the walls are the last opportunity that men and women might have before they come back and try to start over again and find that pathway that's going to make them successful. So thanks, Dr. Herman, for sharing. And we appreciate you and all the work you're doing. I want to call out another friend while I can for a second. Latasha Drax, if you can jump on a second. Latasha, you've been doing great work in this space, and I'm wondering, what's the return on investment that you're seeing in the field? If you can join us.
Wow. Good afternoon, everyone. I wasn't expecting to be called, but thank you, Jeffrey. I actually teach ESL in the adult education space, and I have a personal passion for correctional education. I'm like Alyssa, who spoke on personal experience and lived experience. So I work with a lot of individuals, even beyond adult education, who are re-entering society and even behind the wall. And in that, I'm seeing personally from my own personal experience and organization, the benefits of adult ed. We had the pleasure of highlighting one of our success stories in the state of Virginia for an individual who served over 20 years in prison and started his educational journey in the jail and received his equivalency, and then he's gone on and done great things once he's come home and wanting to further his education. So I second everything that's been said, and because of, once again, my own passion, just really wanting to jump on this particular call and just support and help in our advocacy efforts as the COABE Fellow to really see how in the state of Virginia we can expand the resources and increase funding for not only the whole adult education program, but specifically correctional education as well. And I was able to speak with someone from the VDOE to talk about prior to the pandemic, there was about 1,000 persons incarcerated who were enrolled, and it dropped the next year to about 400, and now it's about 200. So it dropped to 250. Now it's up to 400 now. So it's going back up. And that's pretty much because of the lack of resources, talking about digital literacy and just a lot of these things that are impacting their ability to be successful. So, that's one of the things that I want to help, raise awareness to and increase the funding for as a fellow. And, I'm even thinking about getting a role as an adult educator in the correctional setting because once again, it's such a passion. So thank you, Jeffrey, for this
Thanks, and
moment.
thanks for all you do and your great work. There was a comment put in the box by Gail Ard. Gail, I was wondering if you could join us for a second because it was an awesome comment. I hope you could share it with us on what your thoughts were in particular, because it is more return on investment is more than just education and vocational training. It's about mental and behavioral health wellness. And Gail, I'm not sure if you're able to join us to share that comment and a little bit of your thoughts.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. I'm a ground card volunteer at the California Institution for Women in Chino, California. And I have facilitated 3 different rehabilitation and recovery groups. And the impact that these groups have is that they allow the inmates to try to see themselves in a better way. And so basically throw out what they thought they were, who they were, basically shaped by others' opinions, and start creating a new person so that they can succeed when they re-enter society. And one of the biggest ones that I've helped lead is restorative justice. And that program has helped so many women, and they've come and told me when they go before the parole board. And it has made them strong and confident to accept responsibility for their actions and the harm they've caused, and be able to go out back and re-enter in society and be successful members of their communities. Also, Professor Reese, he's the founder, I believe, of the prison education program, which also goes in, and this is educational, goes into various prisons and either does career skills, or I'm a part of their forgiveness and healing course at CIW and with others. And again, it allows students to introduce them to the process of forgiveness and healing. And that's the key. They have to be able to forgive and heal so that they can accept all of these bonuses, so to speak, that they receive. And also Professor Reese's reentry program as well.
Absolutely. Shelley's jumping in the pool here on this too. Yeah, super comment and really important. I think we have to think more about the whole person, and education takes many forms, not just in skill development and knowing math and reading, but knowing yourself and educating yourself on those things that can keep you healthy mentally and physically and behaviorally. So there's a whole number of things that go into that pool, and I'm glad that you raised the issue and called it out today. So thanks for joining us, Gail. I want to go, Gareth, if you can go to the next slide for a sec. I want to talk about what we can do to help support adult literacy programs in the correctional and reentry setting, and how we can support families, how we can get started. And I want to kick it off with this, some things that are already happening. So I'm extremely proud to be a moderator for Links in the correctional reentry community of practice. And I also want to give a shout out to my Links colleagues that are on the call today that are joining us, Laura and a bunch of others that are on the call. Thank you for supporting this project and the work that you're doing with Links and the Links platform. But one of the projects that I've been working on in the last year, it was not directly through Links, it was through Octave, was the IET project, Integrated Educational Training Program, in the correctional setting, and working with institutions across the country who were implementing IETs in their institutions. And an IET, for those that don't know, is integrated educational training. It's where men and women are in a classroom where math and reading is being taught, and they're teaching fractions. And at or near at the same time, there is a carpentry instructor teaching carpentry. It's this contextualized learning and also a career preparedness piece that's blended into it that is just so remarkable and makes so much sense. IET and corrections just makes sense, and it's number one. It's why Octave's made it a priority in some of the work that that's being done in the country in education, and especially in the correctional reentry setting. And one of the things that's happening now is more and more correctional institutions, both prisons and jails, are recognizing that IET is a great form of not only motivating students, but giving them the knowledge and skill for when they get out to go and find that career pathway, like that next step. And with that, the Links platform has some remarkable tools that are out. One that is relatively new. It's the IET Design Toolkit, and there's also a Train the Trainer resource guide that's attached to it. And they'll also be coming out with an IET and corrections guide that will really help you from the beginning, the very beginning of thinking about the program you'd like to have or love to have, to how do you implement it and then make it successful and help those men and women transfer into career opportunities. So if you're not familiar with the IET model, definitely go onto the Links platform and check it out. There's some great tools and resources on there. There's more coming. There's a bunch of great discussions, and you have a wealth of colleagues that are out there that are doing some great work. I provided technical assistance for the state of West Virginia, and it was a remarkable experience. They're doing some great work down there. And so I think that it's something really worth looking at when we talk about supporting new programs and being innovative and creative. If anybody has a program that they'd like to push out or like to get it on our radar screen, now is the time. Jump in. What can we do to support those programs in the correctional reentry setting? And if you have a great idea or concept, or you like to share right now a program that you have, I welcome that right now. Just kind of jump in the pool here. If anybody wants to take a second.
Jeff, I'll kick us off while
Sure.
everybody's thinking. So the Maryland Department of Labor, one of the things over COVID, because we were all stuck at home teleworking, that we all collectively at the HQ level created was an instructional framework for teaching and learning, specifically for the teachers, that encompasses different areas such as planning, environment, instruction, and professionalism, just to really guide them how to actually teach in this environment, right? And did a bunch of different training and stuff that went with that, that included like observations and that sort of thing. In addition, now that I'm over on the public safety side, we are creating a lived experience advisory committee that literally the only people at the state level that are on it is me and the reentry director as co-coordinators, and everybody else who will be really focusing this committee's mission, vision, and goals are those who have lived experience behind the fence. They are previously incarcerated individuals who have been out for any amount of time from a year to 30 years, to let us know what they truly went through behind the fence and then post-release that we need to change, right? What is it that we are doing maybe in our adult literacy programs that needs change so that we can better serve them when they are released? Is there a program that we are doing that they can't find a job in? So they're getting a certification, then can't find a job, right? Or are we not giving them the services they need to for post-release, such as housing, transportation, that sort of thing? How can we better assist them there? So really it is them letting us know what is it that we can do better. That I'm excited to get that committee up and running. And that includes, letting us know how can we help you and your family too? What can we do to bring your family involved in this to help them get through this, whether you're incarcerated now or post-release? I think those are just two ideas from both the instructional level, on the ground, and then from the level of looking at those who've previously gone through it and how they can help us succeed.
Awesome. Great stuff. Thanks, Danielle. So I want to call out someone else. So I'm good at doing this, but after you go through the prison system, you kind of lose your filter a little bit. So mine's gone. It's gone somewhere far away, and I have no apologies for that. Karen Govin, Karen's on from Southwest Economic Solutions, and Karen has they have a program, New Life Future. Karen, I'm actually going to be out in Detroit coming up, and I'd love to connect, but I was wondering if you might take a second and share a little about the work you're doing out there.
Oh, okay. Wow, Jeff.
Yeah, there you go.
So here in Detroit, we have a great program and we support those that are out of the correction facilities. Actually, about 80% of the population that we service have some type of touch, whether they're youth or those that are adults. And so we have an IET and an IELCE programs that we do. We think that is just absolutely, when you were talking about, I was writing it down, oh, links, I wonder what they have in their toolkit. We have a great program that we do hands-on instruction for HVAC, electric. We're actually going to start solar energy. And we do construction. We also do Google IT, and we are starting phlebotomy next month. And so what we do is we have a real holistic approach. And so those that participate in our program, not only do they get the job training, but they also get case management, which supports them with all their barrier mitigation and links them to partners that we have that can support their needs. We have financial education, which we think is a major component of what they need to do to be able to budget, to think about economics, and to plan ahead. We have the financial education, we have the training, we have our contextual education, obviously. That's, I think, something that we really pride ourselves, especially when we do CDL training and helping them get their TIP test and help them so that they can understand the costs associated or travel. There's a lot of things that go into driving a truck, more so that they need to have that math skills as well as, knowing how to read maps. So I think that's what really makes our program really unique. And again, we really love them, and we really work hard with them. And we have some great stories that we put in our social media about lives that have changed. And I think that's really what this whole thing is about, just how can we help the families and how can we help them move ahead. And we also actually, we just started a new grant with Markle Foundation with Rework America Alliance. And so we are helping them do our work readiness skills, and we're creating and helping them build resumes that are skill-based versus chronological. And so we're looking at how we can give them a resume that supports all their skills that they've done, even if they were in a facility, because they have gained some skills. And how can you do that so that there's not this, oh, I have to write a resume, and oh, why is there nothing happening for 10 years, and and so it's really just creating and really educating employers too as to how do you write a job description that's not biased, and how do we again support our participants. So
Aaron, thank you so much. You're awesome, and you got some great programs. Looking forward to catching up. You'll be out in Detroit. Yeah. You mentioned something that really struck a chord with me, which is our the employers that we work with. Our labor market right now is in such demand that employers that traditionally have not looked at or considered people that have been justice impacted are now opening their door, and they're asking the question, like, what do I need to know in order to hire somebody that's been justice involved? What should be on my radar screen? And I know we recently started a relationship with LabCorp, and phlebotomy traditionally has not been the most re-entry friendly position in the world. However, LabCorp does have thousands and thousands of jobs in logistics and warehousing, and it's those positions that are ripe. Same thing with companies like CVS. And I think the more that we can educate employers that are out there about the challenges men and women face coming home, that they get a clearer picture that, it's not just about going to work. And sometimes it's understanding that they may not have a bank account to put their check in, and they may not be able to get to work the first week, or they may not be able to afford work boots when they have to, or they may not have a cell phone right away. So understanding those challenges with employers is an integral part of the adult education and career placement piece that sometimes we miss. But I do think that we need to start thinking about how we engage employers in this space and do a better job at educating them and partnering with them. And they're going to recognize really quickly of the talent, the unbelievable talent of the men and women that are behind our walls and that are that may be justice impacted. So, Karen, thank you so much for joining us today. And on this Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, we're really concentrating on programs around the country that are doing great work. You certainly are doing amazing work out of Mason and the work in Michigan. So we appreciate you, and thanks for that. We can go to the next question. We have a few minutes left that I wanted to, before we get there, I wanted to talk a little bit about links and what can you advance in adult literacy behind the walls. And we're gonna post a discussion in our community of practice. But before I even get there, I want you to understand, and Karen mentioned, someone else mentioned about links and what they offer. COABE has resources, as does links, which are, I call them free 95. They don't cost you anything. They're, you just jump on and you'll have access to them. But some new things and things that you should be on your radar screen. One is the Take Charge of Your Future, get the education and training you need. And that's it is actually a workbook. It's a manual about reentry, and it's on the Links Network. It's on the Links resource page. It is a wonderful resource, and you should definitely check it out. It's something that will provide invaluable information to you about working with returning citizens and helping them navigate their journey coming home. There's also a new publication, and I have it here. I brought it with me today because I didn't have a chance to. I've read it once and highlighted it. I got some more. I got some other things I wanted to write in it, but it's a great read. It's a manual. It's called Building the Technology Ecosystem for Correctional Education. It's a brief discussion. It's more of a toolkit than anything, but this is just a wonderful piece that is on the Links Network, and it's published by the Department of Education, Office of Career and Technical Education. It was just issued. It was August of 2022. It just came out, and I'm so proud for a few things. Number one, yesterday here in the command center, we had Assistant Secretary Amy Lloyd was here, and she got to launch us. We took off yesterday in the command center, and she was here to help get us off the ground. But this is a wonderful resource tool. If you haven't checked it out yet, get on the links page, check out this resource tool. It is just incredible. There's a whole bunch of other ones that are on there. I know the IET Design Toolkit I mentioned, but these are all great resources. Yeah, we'll have somebody, there you go. Laura, thank you so much for putting that on there. Laura is doing some great work, and thank you for putting on there. I know that she was an integral part of making sure some of these publications get out there. So thank you for that. We're butting up against time. I do want to give a minute or two for anybody that has any comments or thoughts on Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. You wanted to jump in the pool. Now is the time to do it. Okay. Like silence sometimes. So we got about 4 minutes left, but Danielle, before I close out with the last few slides, can you give us a little bit, just thank you so much for joining us, Danielle. We appreciate you and all the work you're doing on the Prison Literacy Committee. If somebody wanted to get active in the committee, how would they do it?
So typically in the spring, we put out an application through COABE newsletter that goes to like a Google form that they could fill out to become part of the committee. That's to actually be, on the committee. But if you have ideas, if you're interested in just, coming on to give us some ideas or something like that, I am more than happy to have you join in some of the meetings to help us out, even, with some of the work that we're doing, to join in on some of the subcommittees, things like that. Right now, one of the big things from the OA conference that we heard was that people really want a resource for correctional educators that has sort of like just a wide variety of different things that they can go to find, whether that's articles that are created by correctional educators, lesson plans, that sort of thing. COABE has an adult ed resource website, and what we're doing is kind of revamping that and putting in a correctional education section that would be all for correctional educators. So if anybody's interested in helping out with that, I am more than willing to get some people on board with helping.
Love it. Thanks, Danielle. We appreciate you, and thank you so much for joining in. Today, we are going to continue the discussion on links in the community practice for correctional reentry. You can go to links and go to the community, and you'll see a question. What can you do to advance adult literacy behind and beyond the walls? We're going to keep this discussion going forward. Gary, can you go to the next slide? So there are a bunch of relevant resources. In particular, if you just take these QR codes are awesome, but the links resource collection today, you can pick it up right from this slide, and we'll be able to share it. And we also go on there. There's a lot of great information on there. Same thing with the COABE. If you go onto coabe.org, ton of free resources, including their Elevate and Educate platform and a bunch of really useful information and useful tools. Next slide, Gary. So there are upcoming events for COABE. For links and COABE, but for links, we have Helping Adult Learners Transition to Post-Secondary. That's on the 21st. We have a coffee talk on equity action planning and adult education on September 22nd, and digital literacy and technology through COABE on AEFL week. That's also on September 22nd. And again, you can register for all these on the QR code that's on your screen, or go onto the links platform, and it's super easy to do. They're right on the right-hand side. You can check it out. Next slide. To join links, if you're not part of the links communities, and there are a ton of them, their career pathways and disabilities and English and integrated education and integrated technology and math and professional development and programming and reading and science and teaching and learning. It is awesome, and we just added some new ones. So on equity, you just have to get on the platform. It is a must-have for adult educators across the country. So jump in the pool. I would love to have you as part of our community and participating in some of the fun things that we do. But more importantly, you're going to connect with colleagues, and you're going to be learning constantly about the great work being done across the country. Next slide. So we do always give a disclaimer. The content and opinions here expressed in this presentation do not necessarily reflect or represent the views, positions, or policies of the U.S. Department of Education, nor is this a mention of trade names, commercial products, or organizations implying official endorsement by the U.S. government. I love that. That's my, I should do that on commercials, I think, somewhere. But thank you, everybody, for joining us today, and we hope that you'll enjoy the Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. Thank you, COABE, for your partnership, and thank you, Links, for all that you do. Danielle, it's awesome seeing you. Take care, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
"30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live Command Center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel, or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live command center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org. There you go. We are back, and we're here at the Command Center. We just finished our Great Links and COABE Correctional and Reentry Education session, and it was wonderful. I was glad. Thank you. A shout out to all of my friends out there who joined in and participated in that awesome conversation about education behind and beyond our prison walls. Special shout out to Danielle Cox, head of the Prison Literacy Committee for the Coalition on Adult Education. You're here on the Command Center here in Washington, D.C. We're closing up day 2, and we are really excited about our next guest, Ginny. So we're gonna bring Ginny Yu on, and she's going to be talking to us today about the great work that she's doing. And I'm not gonna waste any more time. Let's just bring her on the stream. There you go. How are you, Ginny?
Hi, good. How about you, Jeffrey? Nice to see you. Nice to meet you.
It's good to see you as well. First, thank you so much for taking some time today.
Yeah, and thank you for the opportunity.
AEFL Week.
Yeah.
AEFL Week is a great opportunity for people to share their stories and the work that they do. And I certainly wanted to give you plenty of room and space to do that today during our conversation. So first, why don't you tell our audience a little bit about you and the work that you're doing?
Yeah. First of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity to participate in the podcast. I'm an adult learner in a reading program in the Santa Clara County Library District, SCCLD. The reading program is a one-on-one tutoring program for adults to learn reading and writing in English. And I first joined the program 18 months ago, and I'm still an active participant. Besides that, I'm also studying medical interpretation program at FUHSD, the Fremont Union High School District, the adult school, and I'm preparing to take the certification exam. Yeah.
Wow, that is, you just said it. There's so much going on there. So tell me a little bit about what drove you to do this? How did you get started?
I remember that it has been like a challenging during the pandemic and also a rise in anti-Asian hate. And because we had to stay home and by watching TV news every day, and the energy around me became chaotic and based in fear. So, and I've got a chance to read the email from the reading program. So that's why I joined the reading program. And I could learn English with my tutor online every week. And we learn about each other's culture. And I found that her presence is just like an angel with a shining light shed upon me at that time. So that I can see hope, I can see love, and also have faith through the confusion and uncertainty period. Yeah.
Oh, I love it. I love it. So so the one-on-one aspect of things is not something we often talk enough about. how impactful a tutor can be. But you just said something that just struck such a chord to me, which is how much maybe your tutor is learning from you. Right?
Yeah, I think we learn from each other, for the culture, we have different cultures, and also because of her, I learned a lot about the culture in the U.S., and that's it just I have a lot of fun and I have a lot of chances to share with her, and then we develop a friendship. Besides the reading program, and the library team also organizes events and activities, not just only to improve our language skills, but also like the activities can also to connect with our family members, and then we also learn about different cultures and gain information about the schools and careers. And also the library team also organizes ESL classes, conversation clubs and workshops to tell us the tips and resources, like how to prepare the resumes, how to prepare job interviews. And also the library has book clubs, and we meet every month and to share what we have read, and we discuss and ask questions to stimulate the learning atmosphere. So it's so exciting.
Wow. How long have you been in the U.S.?
3 years.
Wow, that's great. So tell me a little about some of the challenges that you face, learning the English language and trying to navigate now going for your certifications. What's the biggest hurdle for you?
I think I think it's first of all, I think the challenges is like I'm quite shy to speak up, especially in groups. So with that, I found that adult education has changed my life. Yeah, like the study at the adult school, and also joining the programs in a library. And also, I have gained much confidence in expressing myself, and also achieving my personal goals, and also helping my family members to achieve their goals. And I've taken courses in the local schools and then colleges here, and because of this, I understand more about my child and what she experiences in school, and also the challenges, and a fun time, happy time. So which strengthen our relationship because we support each other and we share what we have learned in school. So and I hope that what I have gained from the adult learning can contribute to the society at the same time. So that's why I'm here to share.
No, I'm so glad you are. And you just said something also I think is important to understand is that, education is a family experience, right? And we share it with our children, we learn from our children. And as adults, sometimes I think we don't, when it comes to adult education, we're a little bit hesitant when to share that, get rid of some of that stigmatism. Someone was on earlier today and they mentioned about the stigmatism of going to an adult education class. But the reality is it often brings you closer together as a family, and you're more able to share those things with your children as they grow up and engage and as they learn in their classrooms and join them in that experience. So remarkable. By the way, you would not know that you're shy because you're doing a fantastic job, and we appreciate you. Thank you. When you if you had some words, I know this is hard a little bit, but I was just wondering, there are a lot of people that are wearing your shoes that, have come to the United States and struggle with English and struggle with a little, with trying to find their career path and that kind of thing. I'm just curious, like, what words of advice would you give another student that's similar to you, that's trying to learn the English language and navigate the classroom setting and the life setting?
Yeah. I think I would like to say I found that there's actually a lot of support from the outer school, community college, and library and in society, and they offer language classes and reading programs, even book clubs to increase our English proficiency, and there are other services provided by them for the adults to increase our abilities and skills to find jobs and to help our children study in schools. And there are a lot of resources and a lot of help in the community. So don't give up. Yeah.
There you go. The don't give up. I think that's the great line.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about, I don't want to get too personal, but like what are your dreams? Where do you want to end up? What's your end goal out of all this?
Yeah. Actually, I want to create my product to use of my creativity, to use my intuition, inspiration from the society, from their life experience and to create the products to maybe to sell one day and to share the love, the blessings, and the faith and luck, especially during the pandemic. And I've got a lot of uh, like inner voices to push me a bit to do something. And besides that, because I'm studying the medical interpretation program, and I hope that I can help a lot of more people and more people later, after I get my certification. So that's my dreams. It's something that I can do to share with the to the world. I don't know.
That's great.
That's what I think.
No, that's super. That's super. So medical interpretation. I guess there's a demand. I imagine there's a demand for that kind of field right now.
Yeah. I really want to prepare myself to be professionals, and to help more people, because I think everybody in not just only this country, I think in the world, we need to really, take care of ourselves, our physical, but not just only physical, but also emotional, mental. So I think by learning medical interpretation, I've learned a lot, not just only can benefit to myself, but I think also to benefit to my family. And so that's, I really, I've got benefit for myself first. So, and thank you for the teachers and for the other school. Yeah.
No, that's great. Ginny, you're an inspiration to so many people that are listening on this call. So part of Adult Education and Family Literacy Week is talking to legislators and people that can make change happen and drive legislation and policy change and things of that nature. And I'm curious if you had to tell them something, if you wanted a legislator to know something, what's the message that you would have to share?
I think, first of all, I think I really want to express my gratitude, say thank you to all the organizations and people who support adult education and adult learning. And I hope legislators and community members can continue to fund and support adult education, because there are a lot of people who need it and also benefit from it.
Wow, super. I gotta say, Ginny, congratulations on just an amazing journey, and keep it up. And do me a favor, I want you to send us an email at coabe.org when you get your certification, and we'd love to hear how you advance, and share that with our friends in our community, because we know that you're going to be successful. And congratulations on your journey and your daughter, and all the success here in the United States. So thank you for being our guest today.
Thank you.
On our podcast, and we wish you well going forward. So take care, and we'll talk to you soon, okay?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Ginny Yu. So that's just an amazing story, and that's just one of thousands and thousands of stories across our country of students that are making a difference. And there's an ESL student who's going for a certification and raising a family and overcoming all of those barriers along the way. So just remarkable stuff, but truly why Adult Education and Family Literacy Week is so important, because we need to share those stories with legislators and with the community. So we're going to take a quick break, and we may be done for the day, but we're going to check and see if anybody is in the wings that wants to come in for a quick moment, and we'll be right back. Take care.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3.
We are launched. So we are going to close out today. We had a full day of podcasting and streaming here in the command center. We will be back tomorrow. And trust me, you don't want to miss tomorrow. We are back to back all day with great interviews from so many people. We're looking forward to a full day of events. And thank you for all those who participated today at the COABE Command Center. Thank you to all our support staff here at COABE. And again, we'll be back tomorrow. So have a good night, everybody.